Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Oh, I like I gotta go with the
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hey there, travelers. My name's Kai. Welcome to Proudly Radical. Hello. Hello, early comers. It's been a fucked up day, actually. Yeah, I had sort of like, I don't know, chemical imbalance, depression, shit going on earlier today. I'm mostly stable, like right now. But yeah, earlier in the day, it was just, stupid brain no make happy chemicals. Like, it's one of those moments. It's like, come on, get on it. Took a bath, smoked some weed, and went back to sleep. That's basically how I addressed that. Was, well, you know what? I'm good. But woke up to further developments in a story I've been tracking since Sunday. Hey, Squid. I hate when the brain no makes happy chemicals. Hope you're doing good. As well as I can be, all things considered. So let's do a little blast from the past for Kai, right? Kai used to be deep IT, right? In my day, I've been a member of the FBI InfraGard system, which is a public-private cooperative system of security security measures that are coordinated and instrumented from government level into private industry. At that time, there was 13 industries that were deeply involved in the InfraGard program. Things like, power and infrastructure would have their own division within, their own category or division within InfraGard, stuff like that. Security clearances, but nothing major. But like we've talked about before, I was an IT consultant for decently sized companies, and I've done a few things here and there. So enterprise security is something that isn't completely foreign to me. And you may, hey, premarital, I'm doing a little bit of storytelling surrounding a story that I'm going to start talking about here in a bit. That, as an IT burnout, it is in my purview sort of thing. But having dealt with enterprise grade equipment and software and, having to consult on certain things, it was interesting. You may have seen a story going around about how Russia hacked the shit out of the U.S. I haven't seen the data. The data as to it's most likely SVR, which is the modern incarnation of the KGB. But the logs that would indicate that the SVR was involved are not exactly public data. Let's just put it that way. So I can neither confirm nor, denounce or contradict that assessment. That assessment has happened at a very high level within the tech industry and within governmental annals of governmental organizations. But what we do know is that it was one of the most brutal penetrations of supply line systems that, I can remember seeing. There's a few other incidents of supply line infiltration hacks that have happened over the years, but nothing to the degree of this. Coming from a once upon a time, encryption / mild security, some pen testing, some CISP territory, this has been really kind of fun, right? Because it's not my mess to clean up. If I were in industry and because we'll get into it, some of the software packages that were used are software packages that I've overseen rollouts of, that I've had my hands on before. So there is a realm in which Kai would have had to deal with some of the fallout from this, potentially. Basically, a company by the name of SolarWinds. Let's start here. When you, hey, Rasta, when you roll out, when you have an enterprise grade network, when you have thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of nodes of information, of points of operation within a system, you need to be able to monitor those. And you can't send a guy out to do it. You can't just be like, okay, so go over and, download the logs from the system to the USB drive, bring them back to headquarters. Well, look at what's going on. Solaris, yep. All right. So you need a logging and management system. And this system has to be secure to the nth degree because you need to give it low-level access. You need to let it have access to, in some instances, bare metal systems. One such company is called SolarWinds. SolarWinds has a package, which is a very high-end software package called Orion. Orion is utilized in 33,000 or so clients, 18,000 of which rolled out the updating question. Now, what happened? What happened was a supply line breach. SVR, on behalf of the Russian government, more than likely, because to do this, you need some state actors. You need a little backing to usually pull off these kinds of penetrations. It's usually not just some rando dude. Let's just put it that way. SVR, on behalf of the Russian Federation, managed to penetrate SolarWinds' construction side. Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the resub. Rock on. Well, thank you for the initial sub, and thanks for finding this worth resubbing to. So a couple of hackers have taken credit for it, or at least are the names attached, the pseudonyms attached to the penetration themselves, the hack. And they do, they are associated with, yes, well, I've talked about that actually on air. They are associated with the, thank you for the follow, Keltoy, with the SVR, or at least those pseudonyms are. So high probability. But what they did is they penetrated the supply line software company, SolarWinds, and they injected malware. They injected a backdoor, code-wise, into their system. Not just, it wasn't just, oh, we're going to put a backdoor, we're going to put a Trojan on your system. We're going to code in a Trojan. We're going to update the code base for you guys. And SolarWinds rolled that out. It got uploaded, it got downloaded by 18,000 companies and entities and agencies. CCleaner did have, CCleaner had a similar problem. There were about 2 million infections, but they weren't anywhere near as top tier as an Orion package. I mean, CCleaner's one thing. Yeah, exactly. They're not enterprise. So who uses something like an Orion package? Who uses SolarWinds Orion? Basically all of the Fortune 500 companies, DHS, Amazon Web Services, the NSA. These are all entities that utilize the Treasury Department, all use SolarWinds Orion. No, Keltoy, this is way above your pay grade. Way above your pay grade. Yeah, there's no reason you'd probably ever even see Orion. So who else got hacked? Any other interesting entities? FireEye is one of the entities who also got subsequently hacked. They reported, yes, them as well. Like I said, even the NSA uses SolarWinds. The DoD uses it. It is So FireEye got nailed as well. FireEye, probably. FireEye is a security software manufacturer, and they reported over 300 of their tools were removed from their system, that it was copied and potentially penetrated. FireEye makes artificial intelligence, operational intelligence, security software. This is FireEye makes top-end security software that's used at a defense-grade level system, right? Cyber Command, U.S. Cyber Command uses this stuff. It's like that. FireEye is the one who turned us all onto it because they noticed that they had been hacked. And they're like, how did we get hacked? It came through the supply side backdoor hack of SolarWinds Orion software. And so basically, we got pwned. I mean, we got pwned hard. This is probably the biggest hack I've seen in my life. Legitimately. This is of a scale and scope the likes of which I sure hope we don't see a second one of these in my life. We won't know the damage. We won't know the fallout from this. What we do know is that it's bad enough. Hey, thank you, Ollie girl. We do know it's bad enough that the recommendation at top level is shut down all SolarWinds software. We think it's just the Orion package right now, but we don't know. The extent of the damage is still as yet unknown. Microsoft Microsoft is a huge entity. Why am I hearing about this first? It's largely not covered in the mainstream news, and the tech industry doesn't do very well at speaking to people outside the tech industry. So if you're in industry like Solaris or myself, you've been following this story since Sunday. This is the biggest story in IT, potentially, like in IT security in my lifetime. Like I said, this is guaranteed to be the biggest hack up until now. Somebody, likely the Russians, managed a supply side hack on the US government. I mean, it's across the board. Amazon, the U.S. government. I mean, there's a whole host of, like I said, AWS, Amazon Web Services, utilizes SolarWinds as well. So I've never seen anything this big. I've never seen anybody nail somebody this hard. This is, yeah, but Hillary bad. I know, right? And yes, Solaris, because we have grandpas running our legislature. That is very true. Implying to get Amazon. Well, they run the CIA cloud. I mean, plenty of Venn diagram overlap. But at this point, it is as yet unknown the damage that has been done. And if it seems that they were really, really clever or judicious in their use of this. Maybe only facts. What you do in these sorts of situations is you sort of do, you do a cost-benefit analysis behind the scenes when you're going to run this kind of level of penetration. It's a pretty simple spreadsheet for all intents and purposes. But when you run this level of penetration, what you want to do is balance value of hack versus likelihood of getting caught, right? So basically what you're dealing with is, okay, how high of a value target can we target? And at the same time, balance that against the unlikelihood of us getting caught. And so they went for systems that clearly didn't get caught. It was Sniper and Sniper Nest, exactly. It's interesting that fucking FireEye, a fellow security company, is where they overreached, it seems. That FireEye, who makes artificial intelligence security software, very interesting software, by the way. I never had the pleasure of using any of FireEye's stuff. I have used SolarWinds software. But it they're the ones that were like, flag on play, somebody breached us. And given the integration and level at which FireEye's software packages are used throughout various sectors in industry, the flag went up pretty high. And so it was then sort of what happened. And then we find out that, yeah, there's potentially these 18,000 clients that include everybody of the U.S. government, basically, for all intents and purposes, unless it's an air-gapped network. And we do run those. There are air-gapped systems for the very, very top echelon of secure operations. They are not connected to outside networks. That's what air-gapping means. But yeah, this may end SolarWinds. Solaris. What happened? We got penetrated. Solaris, whatever entity, like if you're in charge of, acquisitions or you have a say in acquisitions, there's a bankruptcy coming for SolarWinds. The lawsuits are, I hope they have good lawyers. Let's just put it that way, because there's going to be a lot of lawsuits coming their way. Fair enough fact. It is. But like I said, Cyber Command uses it, NSA uses it, DoD across the board uses it, and with a few exceptions, enough to say basically all of the Fortune 500s use it. We don't know, and the extent to which it has gone is unknown at this point. I know a security researcher last year pointed out that the password on SolarWinds FTP side server or their server cluster was guessable. So there may actually be negligence involved in this as well. Yeah, who did Russia hack? Yes. But Microsoft seems to Trump's Twitter password. Basically, Microsoft, who, by the way, is an active participant in cyber warfare. Microsoft is not only defensive, they're aggressive as well. They are one of our sort of private industry arms of cyber warfare, and they have teams and buildings full of people that are up to shenanigans, the likes of which most IT people only dream of. Microsoft has seized control of the domain. Basically, they have all sorts of deals with like GoDaddy and the federal government, and so if an incident like this occurs and there's a domain or an IP address being used for sort of routing back-end information, Microsoft can step in and take it. Like they have the channels to seize control of that IP address or that domain name in order to go on the defensive and also flip the script. And so, yeah, analysis shows that the domain that was being used to route the information out of the malware that was spread around is now within Microsoft's control. And so it looks like the primary avenue of attack has been mitigated to an extent, but again, they had backdoor access. And given the level that SolarWinds software runs at, which oftentimes you can call bare metal, SolarWinds has the capability to do like OS reinstallation on systems, right? Like it's very low level access software. So given that SolarWinds has that level of access on some systems, we don't know what else they put out there, what systems they touched and infected with what or compromised with what. The email systems alone that they had access to will have varying levels of secured information going back and forth. Like I said, easily, and more to the point, if they could compromise the SolarWinds service, what that say? That was a very impressive hack. That was a very impressive penetration. It really was. It was very clever, very well placed, and they got in. It was, yeah, like I said, I'm solidly impressed. I really am. I wish I could have ever been involved on like that level of operation. That is so epic. It's just, holy fuck. I don't think the US has ever pulled off one this big. Honestly, this is the most impressive hack of my lifetime, maybe. Yeah, it's like I said, I'm gobsmacked. I'm in awe. Yeah, we spearfished Iranians. Who did Russia hack? Yes. If you told me that every Windows 10 company in the Middle East is sending user data straight to the CIA, I wouldn't be surprised. More likely just, more likely Microsoft, because it would provide them political cover. Is this what war is now? Yes, Kat. I argue that we've been in World War III since 94, 92, something like that. War between the superpowers now has long, for decades, been a digital war. And this is the equivalent of a nuke drop. Yeah, as far as in digital terms, like, yeah, Russia just nuked one of our cities. Yeah, this is huge. It's fucking huge. I mean, more of the point of it. Yeah, okay, got that. Got to install the fuck my gringos patch. This kind of penetration needs to go on Pornhub. Side note, Dole Fruit Company bought Zapata oil. Interview Bush and Yale friends during the 50s and 60s. Oil to serve you. Yeah. God, that's fucking boring. Give me one sec. CIA, and Amazon, etc. Yeah, I mean, Amazon runs the CIA cloud. They utilize Amazon Web Services, or a segmented section of it. All the email services didn't want customers when the NSA was metadata scanning, and they knew it. Please, 642A, the AT&T facility for the fiber split coming off the Pacific that the NSA was running, that we knew about in industry forever. I mean, I remember that was, what, 90-something, late 90s, that we confirmed that, like, we knew the room number that was happening in industry. But, you know, Snowden is years off. The rest of the country is like, what? IT knew. Like I said, we knew the fucking room number, for Christ's sake, it was happening in. It's absolutely ridiculous. War is just info hacks now. Keyboard warrior, a whole new meaning. Yeah, no, this is the age of the geek. I hate to, you know, if you weren't informed already, let me break it to you. This is the age of the geek. This is, you know, there was an era for Revenge of the Nerds. Yep. There was an era for, you know, sword swinging. Then there was an era for gunslinging. Well, now it's keyboards. Mathematicians are kings now. Dude, they are fucking... all those high-end fucking just... I don't use this as an insult because most of them actually are autistic mathematicians that MIT was pumping out. That Wall Street hired. Holy shit. War in 2020. Hack computer, be bisexual, bomb civilian. Yeah, and we don't know the extent of the infrastructure breach. Trump's uncle. Always amazes me how hackers like break things. As many anarchistic attitudes exist within IT, I've seen within the security subsection of IT, a lot of nihilists. Me now deeply regretting my choice of going into IT. Yeah, I've known a lot of like gray hat, black hat that very nihilistic, very self-centered, you know, way better than working construction. Fuck yeah, it is. But yeah, that's sort of, you know, there's something maybe you wouldn't have imploding gold billions is a tedious form of engineering. There's something maybe you wouldn't have been exposed to. Now maybe you'll see it. The story will pop out in the headlines. You'll see the headlines. Probably, you know, if you haven't already seen them, then you may see them more and more this next coming week or two about how Russia hacked the U.S. And remember what I told you. This wasn't simple single system. We got pwned. Like this, we don't know the extent. We may never know the extent. We as the public will never know the extent. I can say that unequivocally. They will never divulge what secure systems were actually penetrated and remotely accessed. But whether our security services will, then that's a whole nother ballgame. But trust that right now, there are a lot of people freaking the fuck out inside IT. I just almost wonder if they did to finger our asshole. Yeah, it's you're fine, facts. Yeah, I'm so glad I'm burned out and I don't have any of these systems to look after. I mean, I'm thinking of one client in particular that would be screaming at me right now. Like I'd be screamed at by their CEO. And because he screamed at me over bullshit. This would have been, you know, yeah. I'm so glad I don't have to clean up this mess. This, yeah, there was some suspicious stock trading 2 days before it. I haven't looked into the nature of the trades yet, so that's why I didn't comment on it. All I've been doing is following the tech line. But yeah, when the tech starts to calm down a little bit, I'll probably look into the stock movements as well, because somebody financially benefited from it as well. So you could, you know, speculate further from there. Yeah, people don't do white hat because of morals. They do white hat because it drops their chances of going to jail to 0%. In fact, it doesn't drop it to 0%. There are white hats who have gone to jail. Yeah. Yeah. I would think that potentially, I mean, this is pure speculation. I know nothing about this side of it, but it's definitely a good way to fund your operation. Not even close to this level. This isn't not even close to this level. So it would be a good way to fund your operation if you could launder the assets correctly. If you could launder the profits from the stock trades correctly. Which, I mean, when you're a state actor like that, it definitely provides you. Oh, I know, Solaris. I had to tell somebody, I had to give somebody the Tom Scott video again the other night because they were advocating for blockchain voting and shit. I'm like, oh, for the love of God. This does seem promising for job openings in cybersecurity. So what I'm hearing is I'm going to work help desk for the rest of my days to preserve my sanity. Oh, no, help desk will kill your sanity. You're going to want to get out of help desk as fast as you can. Help desk is... Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, NOC can be pretty high pressure. I remember when I got a tour of the MGM's NOC facility here in Las Vegas that runs concurrently I forget how many they had at the time of spin up, but 26,000 users locally, which isn't huge for some systems, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. NOC is high pressure. Not Network Operations Center. Basically, they're the hub for big ass systems. Big ass systems. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of users. That sort of thing. Yeah, it just sort of depends where you want to end up. So if you... yeah. And I'd like to know... I'd like to know so much more about this hack. I tried to, like, my brain was like this one and this one and this one and this one. There's too many questions I still have. I want to know how they did the code injection over at SolarWinds. And SolarWinds is gonna, unless they end up bankrupted and it becomes part of the public court cases, if it becomes public record, then we'll get to know. I would love to know how they did the code injection over at SolarWinds without getting caught. Like, did they just, I mean, did they just publish to their Git? And like, what the fuck happened? How did you not notice that this package had been inserted into your secure software? Did you do no QA? Did you do no, review and analysis of your code base on a regular basis? I'm really curious how the technical aspect of how the SVR likely actually penetrated and backdoored the Orion package to start with. Yeah, I know. Okay, see, the penetration itself, I mean, that's pretty standard, right, Solaris? But I want to know about the code base injection. Like, that was impressive. That was a masterstroke. One, targeting SolarWinds in the first place. Supply side we knew was a blind spot to start with and was probably going to be the avenue of biting us in the ass. But it was really interesting targeting, SolarWinds and just biding their time. Yeah, and I mean, their target analysis and decision making, it's interesting that they only got caught after they went after FireEye. That was, they bit off a little more than they could chew with FireEye. That is fascinating that, they got away with so many command and control systems. They got away with so many, right? Like, it's, we got away with the NSA, we got away with the DOD, we got away with Cyber Command, we got away with all this stuff. Let's go after FireEye. Flag on play. I mean, mad props to FireEye. I mean, they got taken. Over 300 of their security packages were touched in one way, shape, or form. It seems to be that they just accessed them and didn't actually compromise them. But yeah, that was an amusing part. Yeah, government's run by total morons. It was an amusing aspect that was like, dude, they tagged everybody and it was FireEye that took them down. Nice. And Microsoft grabbed that domain fast as soon as they knew. Microsoft nabbed that domain pretty quickly. So, what was it? I have it somewhere. avsvmcloud.com was the domain that was being used to communicate on the backside for the malware. But yeah, CISA fucking they're not connected. Stop trying to make a conspiracy out of one of the world's largest hacks, plain and simple. They're not connected. This person is Solaris. This person is attempting to say that the SolarWinds hack somehow was responsible, or at least played a part in stealing the election from Donald Trump. The SolarWinds hack is tied to the SVR, which is the modern iteration of the KGB. So either you have to admit that Russia hacked the shit out of us, and that all of the warnings that Russia is penetrating our systems on a regular basis, that Russia is a threat to us, at least electronically, that were ignored blatantly by the Trump administration, have come home to roost. Or you just have to accept that these two things don't have anything to do with each other. This is like saying Disney calls World War II in order to sell me more pudding. It's, yeah. Depends what flavor. You'd also have to admit all the Republican wins in the House and Senate were also the result of a hack. This isn't a road you want to attempt to go down. Let's just put it that way. This particular idea or a conspiracy that you're attempting to push is not, it holds even less water than flat earth stuff. Like it just doesn't work. Holy shit. Sorry to hear that, Cat. Full refund, but still, you got to start over. Yeah, that's a whole fucking thing. Disney caused World War II to sell propaganda cartoons to the federal government. Now that's that you could actually push. Yeah, that's far more believable. Like, you could sell that one. No, so yeah, it just, my little IT heart, once upon a time, a little bit of, I suppose I probably would, because I did do it for private corporations as well. I guess I'd be qualified as a gray hat. But this got my little gray hat fucking PP fucking half hard. I was like, oh, this is a fun one. For people in industry and in security, this was a huge deal. And like I said, I do not envy my IT brothers and sisters behind the scenes. Angie, there's multiple people who are involved in IT security and information technology in general in chat right now. And given everything that we've seen, there is literally zero connection to Dominion voting systems and the SolarWinds security breach. There's just no connection. You can't even strenuously make one. So, I mean, feel free to go off and do your own research, watching a YouTube video, on the matter. But these don't overlap. If you want to talk, yeah, it's Solaris. If you want to talk insecurity of electronic voting systems, by all means, we can talk that. There should not be electronic voting systems. Do I believe that the Dominion's voting software was flipping votes for Biden? No, I don't believe that. But I've seen no firm evidence put forward for either yes or no. So using Occam's razor, I just have to discount it entirely. It was flipping votes for Ross Perot, exactly. But this is an entirely different matter, which has far more far-reaching consequences than that. Truly. Let's say for a second, let's posit a hypothesis, right? Let's put this out there. Let's say for a second, that in fact, we need to fuck electronic voting machines. There, I said it, audio bet. Premarital, or somebody who has access to requests and ideas, drop that in requests and ideas, please. The fuck electronic voting machines. There, I said it. Audio clip. Please and thank you. Cat. Aren't ballots backed with paper copies, hence recounts being possible by hand? Yes, facts. That's just the truth of the matter. So let's say that somehow there's overlap in this, and that the SolarWinds Orion software package breach of security, most likely by the Russian SVR, which is, again, the modern iteration of the KGB, was responsible for vote flipping from Trump to Biden. Who do you think benefits most out of a Trump administration versus a Biden administration? Is Russia going to be harmed most by Trump or by Biden? Which would be their preference from a penetration, national security, expansionist, and economic and general regional power perspective? Who is actually going to benefit Russia more? Biden or Trump? Well, we know Trump has trusted Putin on everything he's ever told him. We know that Trump has in the moment declassified information and told Premier Putin high top secret classified information, which, again, it's the president's prerogative to declassify anything he wants to. He has revealed agent names that were coordinated operations with Israel. Them, but I mean, this is an indicator of whether somebody is leaking or not. And so Trump has always been friendly, and to the extent of, what was it, $26 million potentially, of potential income in the form of Trump Tower Moscow. His financial ties run deep with Russia. His political ties run deep with Russia, and his just general friendly attitude towards Vladimir Putin runs deep. So I would posit that out of these two potential candidates, in a Russian-backed hack, they would flip votes from Biden to Trump, not the other way around. And you're suggesting that they would do it Trump to Biden. So a hack that has already been placed at the doorstep of the SVR, because a couple of known actors, the pseudonyms used by the two that have claimed credit, are tied to SVR already through intelligence avenues. This is a likely Russian penetration. So it's just not a credible idea. Not their signals intelligence, Murdercom. Russia is highly aggressive when it comes to cyber warfare and signals intelligence. They are probably, honestly, they're way more aggressive than we are in this arena. We are mildly inept when it comes to producing forward operating aggressive hackers. Yeah, exactly. Solaris, their state produces hackers. We still discourage it. We employ a few here and there. Russia, electronically speaking, Russia is the same way our real world military operates. That's, if I had to do a comparison, that would be how I would compare. Electronically speaking, Russia operates the same way our actual military operates. It's very aggressive and very potent. Yeah. They spend on it to a significant degree, and they allow, they provide political and legal cover to a degree that you can barely comprehend. Yeah, they don't give a shit. It's a reason why all the good torrents come from the motherland. Hey, thank you for the follow, Murder. That is actually fair. That's kind of fair facts. China prospers in predictable stability. Russia prospers in chaos. This is the only reason I considered Yang in the primary, because he was the only candidate that seemed to have a clue about IT security. Dude, we're getting hammered right now. This is absolutely ridiculous. The fact that this penetration happened to the degree it did never should have happened. I'm sorry. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm wondering why some of these systems were running SolarWinds to start with. I see that as laziness on the part of government contractors and government agencies. They shouldn't have been running an off-the-shelf system. They just shouldn't have. Or there should have been a, sort of a white-labeled custom version for them that had a very tight code base. Yeah. I think this just shows the extent that closed source proprietary software is susceptible to these sorts of things. If this was an open source system, I have my doubts it would have happened to this extent. Let's just put it that way. What are your thoughts on Snowden? Snowden is where I get weird. McAfee is nuts now. Yes. Here's my problem with Snowden. See, I stayed away from him. The only interaction I've had with somebody might know is like Linus. No, not that Linus. The Linus. Yes, Solaris, exactly. Torvalds. Yeah, like not a fan of that Linus. Everybody, that Linus. I don't think McAfee's in jail right now, is he? Does anybody know the current status of John McAfee? He's hiding. No. I thought he was. No, he's in prison right now. It seems like. Yeah, it looks like he's in prison. Yeah, the Spanish police arrested him in October. That's how they nabbed him, it seems like. The Justice Department asked him to. So, here's my issue with... Yeah, yeah, I haven't kept up on my McAfee trivia. Here's my issue with Snowden. Hey, Aries. He didn't really reveal a ton that we weren't already aware of. Fuck Bitcoin. Like I said earlier, 642A, it's the room. We knew the room number that the NSA fiber split was happening in the San Francisco AT&T facility. Like, we knew the room number, right? Okay, this is as speculative as Kai gets, right? I don't do conspiracy theories. I deride them. This is as speculative as I get. All right, this is why I'm uncomfortable talking about Snowden. I think the public was supposed to be informed. Everybody in tech knew. Everybody in tech knew. We knew what was up. We knew about the NSA and their signals intelligence dating back to the 60s and 70s, and through the 80s there was government commissions, and in the 90s there were Senate hearings in other countries and parliamentary hearings that found their wrongdoings. We knew full well what they were up to in industry. Snowden told everybody else. And if you wanted a chilling effect, if you wanted the rest of the public to know that, by the way, we really are watching, that would be the way to go about it. It's always felt weird to me. It's always felt weird to me, but I come from an industry, yeah, it's always felt weird to me. That Snowden revelations and shit like that, the terminology that surrounded it, it always smacked of disingenuous reporting. But like I said, I have a bias. I have a perspective that may be slanting how I perceive it. Maybe it was an honest to God revelation for everybody else, and that, this is the wake up call, and this is the, I don't know, but it's just, that's as close to conspiracies as I get these days. Is just, that one's always felt weird to me. Yes, there you go, Two Rabbit. Exactly. Sensitive is the sort of keyword there. I mean, see, you have to understand, SSI, which is sensitive security information, isn't technically classified. I, as a former InfraGard member, had access to SSI. If you're unfamiliar, you can look up the FBI Infra, INFRA, InfraGard. Sensitive graded information sets aren't technically classified. They're just withheld from the public. So, don't get me wrong, even an operating manual can expose a secure system to the nth degree. But, it was never that. Oh, I don't trust Julian Assange as far as I can throw him. I think that was too easy of an operation to hijack for the purposes of bad actors. I think that's been a tainted pool, or a poisoned well, or a honeypot for quite some time. I don't trust that. I don't trust that one bit. Of course not. Or, in my opinion, allowing him to do so is the same thing. Yeah, the government can track our movements. Yeah, but they've been doing it since the 30s. It's not exactly a newsflash. See, this is what makes me weird about that entire thing, Rabbit, is the fact that how did you not know? Yeah. Fair enough, too, Rabbit. Yeah, that is a solid point. I love that the line between tech conspiracy and tech aware is that conspiracy buffs think this stuff is either shocking or new. I mean, yeah, when you come up in it, it really isn't. You know, like I said, we knew the fucking room number, for Christ's sake. It was common knowledge. It wasn't shocking or revealing really much of anything to people who were already in industry. Yeah, and see, that's hilarious. That's where it gets weird for me, right? Like, it was a very efficient, coordinated informing of the public. It was catching them up to speed. What the NSA and Signals Intelligence divisions of the United States government had been doing for, hey, thanks for the follow, L, for decades, half a century. I'm pretty sure I was working Domino's because I just got a felony charge and couldn't get a real job. Fair. It's fucking bullshit too, by the way. Fuck the felony system. Yeah. So it is too, Rabbit. It is. So yeah, I'm gonna continue following that story for a while and see where it ends up. But yeah. Let's see. Oh, while we're in tech, good for you. The FCC held what's referred to as a reverse auction. But basically they doled out $9 billion. In addition to the, $400 billion we've already spent that we never saw anything, any benefit from. They doled out $9 billion more to telecommunications companies to try and get deliver broadband to already well-served communities. Basically, it was a parting gift, likely from Ajit Pai to his masters and brethren within the telecommunications industry. If you forget, the head of the FCC was a former lobbyist for Verizon Telecommunications. I don't see that's no. I that's why I'm uncomfortable with speculative thinking. I don't know. I don't know. But I don't not know either, right? Like if you follow, I don't have confirmatory nor negating information on that. Yeah, a shit pie, never forget. Yeah, so we just dropped $9 more billion. Just a parting gift, like I said. So let's talk about the morons. Or at least municipal and state-run alternatives should be spun up. Bare minimum. Whether you nationalize the industry or not, there should be, as opposed to like in Tennessee where it's illegal to have a municipal ISP because of Comcast and their lobbying and the shit politicians. You should be able to spin up a municipal or a state-run alternative and directly compete. Bare minimum. Personally, I would like to see a lot of these companies dismantled and punished and dismantled, right, for their behavior. Yeah, or broken up at least. Exactly. No, like they are terrible. They're terrible. ExxonMobil should. Yeah, there's a fucking laundry list of companies that need to have this done to them, for sure. Comcast CenturyLink burned out the first. Oh my God, to the house. Burned out the first few fiber startups here. Yeah. All right, so here's the headlines you're going to see, or at least variations of them, and here's the commentary on them. Kamala Harris promises gun reform to honor lives of Sandy Hook victims. Breonna Taylor's mother calls for Biden to hold true to promises on holding police accountable. Biden has already said he's not touching the defund the police stuff. He's not touching any federal oversight because it's being weaponized, his word, weaponized by the GOP too effectively. And Kamala Harris fucking rolls out the gun control argument the same time that the Democrats and the left in general is trying to swing Georgia. If this isn't classic Democrat behavior, I don't know what is. Like, so they formed a shell and levied frivolous lawsuits until they couldn't afford to proceed. Lovely. Yeah. No, it has to be purposeful. I'd be there with you. Yeah. The only thing the DNC seems good at is raking in cash for its participants and shooting themselves in the foot, seemingly intentionally. But stupidity does solve this riddle as well. But I don't know. Like, Jesus Christ. Either way, real or fabricated doesn't matter. The outcome of the action is what matters, right? The reaction, the result of, is what matters, right? Harris undermines with one statement, basically, a good portion of the Georgia effort, which would reclaim the fucking Senate potentially from the fucking Republicans and potentially create an avenue for progressives, as known, workers' movements. There's an avenue there if they did this. And fucking Biden is actively alienating progressives with this behavior and statement around, the Breonna Taylor and holding police accountable and demilitarizing the police. Yeah. I'm so glad that these people are in power so we can start shitting on them again. I'm so happy about that. No, it just creates an avenue. It's not any guarantee, but you can always get a few defectors depending on how you swing and that sort of thing. Yes, exactly, Solaris. Exactly. It's fair, but it's one that doesn't exist, right? We were talking about a 1%, maybe a 0.1% probability, Plotamus. But as it stands, it's zero. It's just zero. So any gain above a 0% is an avenue. It creates an avenue. Now, is it likely? Is it probable? Is it, these are all words that we could, start throwing around. But the fact that Mitch McConnell is the, Senate Majority Leader and has the position and power that he does creates zero. So it's something versus nothing. Exactly, Solaris. I don't think 2 years minimum of absolutely nothing getting done. A bunch of executive orders maybe, but nothing impressive, nothing worth talking about. It's going to be a whole lot of like corporate platitude territory, you know, changing the logo to a rainbow, you know, during Gay Pride Month, that sort of stuff. It's definitely going to be. Dems won't commit to anything, Plotimus. That's what they do. They're fucking neoliberal centrists who ride the fucking pine half the time. I mean, any other country, they'd be fucking, as somebody pointed out, right of the Tories. But oh, get a 50-50 split in the Senate. Speaker candidates have to wrestle in Aspa-cream for the winner. God. No, it's you're looking at 2 years of dragging feet and stalled progress. It's establishment status quo Democrats. We know what to expect from them. We've seen this before. I love when it doesn't align with your worldview, Angie. It's sort of fake news territory, but now that it aligns with your worldview and it's a criticism of the Democrats, you're fucking, oh, now you're spitting hard truths. Come on. Notice the partisanship. Solaris. What I'm more curious to see is what's going to happen to the GOP because I feel like Trump is fucking them so hard. As somebody pointed out on Twitter, Solaris, it wasn't Simba that killed Scar. It was the hyenas. Maybe a lesson that the GOP could learn from. But here's my concern. Basically, the GOP's dealt with this before. These extreme outlier groups, and every time they reintegrate them, and the party's Overton window, the sort of the positional party structure just slides to accommodate them. Hey, Chad. Straight up, fuck you. Hey, Solaris, great minds. We could be talking deep philosophy or theory at nothing, but just an offhanded pop culture reference. And fucking you paint all lefties with a brush on that one. Cat's just going to wait for the 3080. All right. Well, wait then. Mia Khalifa is my morality banner. Are they naked when we paint them? I suppose we are. We're a bunch of fucking degenerates anyway, right, Rabbit? We're probably out there in the middle of a Dionysian ritual, prancing through the fields, drunk and high off our asses, right? Hey, devil. Chat. The calling card of the right is a pop culture reference. Been surfing and a 1660 Ti is going for fuck. I've told you, Cat, GPU prices are absolutely insane. Bring me my unwatched wine. Exactly. Comedy. Love it. Trump, the genius, who has threatened to sue any of the schools he went to if they reveal any of his scores, any of his GPA scores. Yeah, that genius. It's pretty common for people to do that. Trump's totally going to run in 2024 and split the party. God, I hope so. I mean, no, don't. Stop. Please. Whatever would we do against the massive machine that would be the Trump party? Oh no. Please don't. The America First Party. Just call it what it is. Just go with some, wait, isn't that, hang on, isn't that? Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly, Solaris. Like, yeah, just go with the American Fascist Party. Just go full in. Just go full in on it. Just accept it and admit it. Oh, no. I know he's been threatening to do it, and I know that there's like offshoots and splinter groups, and there's all sorts of, turmoil happening in behind the scenes, and, you have Newsmax that's been in talks with financiers to rebrand itself and to become the Trump News Network sort of thing. There's moves being made. Yeah, Trump, America's First Party with its own media network. Yeah. I think we'll probably see a further surge of right-wing domestic terrorism if that happens, but we've seen that creeping up for the past 2 decades. Yeah, no, I'm getting pwned. I know if the MAGA party formed officially, I would be incapable of ever consuming another drop of soy milk as long as I live. Yeah, exactly. It's screwed twice. Yeah, Cat. I screwed twice, but worse the first time. Second time, it was just some poll positioning and dropout dates that allowed for, electoral math to be tilted a little. Not as bad as the first time. Crazy, this is real life. Confirmed simulation. Oh, dude, no, simulation theory. Oh, God. I wish. And if it were, fuck whatever admin is running this network. All right, that's. Let me just put that out there. Whoever's the admin of this system, fuck them. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. They fuck that guy. Or gal, or anything in between. Premarital. I think the growing soft. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Admittedly, it's a double-edged sword. I think that's what got him the wider traction and the wider acceptance. Is that, I want to talk to the manager, is that he's not out there, as I use this example all the time, he's not out there on the floor of Congress any longer yelling for the dissolution of the CIA, right? To make the gains with the common voter that he's made, he had to compromise a whole host of positions that he used to be he was a firebrand back in the day, but to make those gains also took away some of that edge, admittedly so. I think 50-year-old Bernie would have won. I don't know. It's difficult to, speculate about that which did not happen. But I definitely would love to have the 60s and 70s Bernie back. Yeah, I think it'd be great. Have old school Bernie back on the floor. Honestly, haven't we figured out that all of our tools for measuring politics broke? were broken. They were broken. Yeah. They didn't just break. I'm not asking for Bernie to go full commie again. He was never full commie. He was never full commie. I mean, okay, there were moments. There were moments. There were Mormons. There were moments, for sure, but he never committed. He was always just straddling it with socialism. Oh, madam, I love you. You're fucking great. Keep bringing those zingers. It was a rough day. They were also Mormons. Full commie by American standards. 100% accepted. I'm just asking for Bernie to throw civility politics out the window and pwn the libtards like one should. God, that would be amazing, premarital. That'd be amazing if Bernie just threw down the fucking gauntlet. It was like, you know what? The right, hang on for a moment. I've got some business to take care of on my left. And just pivot and just ream those fuckers. Yeah, it would be interesting. And it would be Bernie's right either way. But, you know. The nomination, I have no clue how he'd have done in the general. Well, to Rabbit, based off of what we saw, the turnout for Trump, I mean, there's two ways that could have gone, right? Like, if we got as many out as we did, just opposing Trump using milquetoast Biden, there's sort of two avenues there we could speculate down that either Bernie's moral fortitude and ethical nature would have brought more people, or it would have driven more away, because Biden, being the centrist bullshit, neo-lib that he is, pulled a lot of those centrists and moderate conservatives that just were sick of Trump's shenanigans. So could have gone either way, really. Oh, I love it, premarital. Fuck y'all, bitch ass motherfuckers. I don't need no party foes. Senator Bernard Sanders, Independent, Vermont. 2016 and 2020 basically told me that Americans have no idea what they want. That's fair. That's fair. Because you saw shit like Florida vote Trump, but also raise minimum wage. Yeah. That was interesting. That was an interesting turn of events for Florida. I just saw that pop up. America's going through second puberty. Oh. Hey, Peter. Hey, Peter Parker. 371. Hey, Peter Parker. Welcome. Wait. Ooh. Interesting. Oh. No, he doesn't. But madam, keep those hits coming. I love it. I think it's great. I love that you've got you've got that IV of copium strapped up. Trump's fucked. He has no ace up his sleeve. He's not going to be president come January. Or should I say January 21st. He will, for a portion of January, be president. But he's on the way out. He's going to run for super president. Well, not necessarily neo. Wait. Going back to the back and forth between Cat and Solaris. Well, not necessarily neocons have an inherent distaste for straight capitalism due to its inherent trend to opulence. Social conservatism is a real thing. It fucking is, and it's ridiculous every time you encounter it. Which is precedent, but super. The whole 8 years has been a dumpster fire on a train going over a cliff. Yeah, exactly, Noam. It's all in the plan. It's all in his 12D checkers game that he's playing because he's a super master ultra uber genius. and Trump will free us all from the deep state and Hillary's emails and Hunter Biden's laptop and no, I always use checkers, slurs rather than chess, but you know, yeah, you think he's playing 12G checkers? That's why he's 8 holes ahead of you. Checkmate. Yeah, he's a lukewarm intelligence trust fund grifter. That's it. His own professor at Wharton straight up said, no less than 100 times, dumbest goddamn student he ever had in his entire career. Right? All right. Yeah, just like the Kraken. Just like the Kraken. Yep. It's right around the corner. Just like the arrest of Hillary Clinton. Right around the corner. Soon the deep state's going to be... it's amazing what you can achieve when you're gifted over $400 million by your father, Chad. We've seen it before in the form of George H.W. Bush. George W. Bush Jr. Like, that's... Oh, no, it's always been. We knew that for years now. It was him who said 1 million. No, I've talked about it for ages. What are you talking about? He bootstrapped that fortune into a smaller fortune. 700D chess. This dude's so masterful, he's actually inventing dimensions that don't even exist for normies like the rest of us. That's why he has to keep firing his entire staff. Their minds aren't mega gigantic enough. Yeah. Dude, the casino tokens that Fred walked in to the casino so Trump could make payroll and not lose his gaming license is one of the most epic fails. He can't even get a gaming license in Nevada. He's not allowed. The gaming commission in Nevada took one look at his application and laughed him right out. He almost didn't get a liquor license. He's so untrustworthy. Six-foot ant probably could pull it off. Oh, 2Rabbit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's true. I don't even, with $400 million starting dollars, you'd be amazed what you can do in this world. If he didn't lose most of it, the amount of resources, if he just peeled off 350 million of that original 400 and gave it to actual investors, it'd be amazing. Hey, Curio's peoples. Yeah, you have to be real fucking stupid to go broke if you even start with 10 million. We're just talking shit about Trump if you want to get in on it. Right now we're talking about how he's a shit investor, but, it just goes to prove how fucked the system is since somebody, take a middling, lukewarm IQ and start them off with $400 million, and they too can be president of the United States. So, thank you for the follow, Hurl. Yeah, so we're just talking shit about Trump right now because we've got a couple of Trump supporters in chat, and they insist that he's some level of genius. Genius has been used. I'm not putting words in people's mouths. Genius. Donald Trump has been assessed to be a genius. So, Scott Adams in here. Dude, that is so depressing. Former IT, fucking Dilbert. I go way back with that shit. And he just turned into this thing. I thought I marked that. Hang on. There we go. Trump is the biggest loser. Der Spiegel, Europe's largest magazine, declared him the year's biggest loser. Yeah, of course Trump's a genius. He chose to be born with the right parents. What's my high score in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater? Well, as Tony Hawk version 2.0, I have infinite score. I have the highest score outside of Tony Hawk himself. Yes. And I'd also like a cut of that game. Let's see. Yeah, Solaris, depending on which poll you look at, the last poll I looked at for it, 64% said that they voted against Trump, not for Biden. So it's, you know, on your way to 3/4 of the Biden voters were just voting against Trump. That's it. Peter Principle, trust fund, failing upwards. It's a thing. It just is. Is Paris Hilton a fucking genius? Is she brilliant? No, she's not. But she's highly successful because she started with billionaires as backers. How about George W.? Was George W. your definition of highly intelligent? Or was he born to a wealthy ex-director of the CIA and former president father? He was a C-grade student, whereas Clinton was a Rhodes Scholar. And Obama was a constitutional attorney and a Harvard graduate. If you want to talk the scale for presidents, Trump's a fucking idiot. Even his own professor called him the dumbest goddamn student he ever had in his entire career. Okay? People who have actual experience. His own niece has talked about it. Yes, that is true, Angie. Kamala had like 1% support. No one likes her. Of course they do. Yeah, I'm just making sure I put that where I put it these days. Oh.
Yo, what up, bro?
I had, hey, Fister. We also trash Biden. This is what you fucking partisan hacks don't understand, is I don't think Biden's great either. Trump's shit. Biden's shit. It's just that Biden isn't let's say crypto fascist, even though I don't think Trump's hiding it quite as well as a crypto fascist would. I absolutely adore people that like, oh, you're shitting on Trump, therefore X, or you're shitting on Biden, therefore Y. Love that opinion. Love that perspective all the time. It doesn't reveal your own partisan hackery immediately. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me just clarify that. That would be sarcasm. Yes, Odin's Ravens. I did hear Biden say that. Did you hear when Trump told the president of his casino that blacks are lazy. Do you remember when Trump was smacked with not one, but 2 Justice Department lawsuits for active discrimination within apartment complexes that the Trump organization owned and operated? Biden said that, right? Biden was a slumlord who was actively discriminating against blacks and Hispanics, right? That was the thing that happened. I remember that, right? Oh, that's right. It wasn't a thing that happened.
That was Trump.
Oh, that's interesting. So it was to the point and extent that it goes generationally as well, because Fred Trump clearly wasn't the one who had a Woody Guthrie song written about him, about being a racist, discriminatory slumlord. Oh, that's right. He is that guy. Isn't Kushner a slumlord? He is. His son-in-law is a slumlord, following in father-in-law's footsteps. Yes. Yeah, Biden's racist. He's an old white dude. What do you expect? Trump, on the other hand, his daddy got arrested at a Klan rally. Right? Like, he's a different kind of racist. There's this sort of institutional racist and I'm a fucking old white dude who has all sorts of prejudices built in from an era that we can't even comprehend because it's long fucking gone, luckily. And then there's the dude who actively hates them. You know, calls them rapists and murderers, calls them lazy, fucking tries to actively ensure that they can't get fair housing in their government run. By the way, the foundation for Fred Trump's expansion as a real estate mogul was Section 8 housing and was largely funded by the taxpayers. The government housing that he was running, he was actively discriminating against black people, to the extent that it made it into popular culture in the form of a folk song. But hey, Trump's not racist. He's the least racist guy he knows. It is amazing, Sue, the level of copium and fucking cult juice that people consume.
I know.
It never ceases to amaze me. It's like, Trump's not racist. Where the fuck have you been for always? Jesus. This how many Justice Department lawsuits have you had against you for active discrimination?
Me? None.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's fucking holy shit. There was a whole bunch of chat I paid zero attention to. Two Rabbit fucking dropping his LSAT score. Greatest president ever, just ask him. Biden's adorable the way he just throws out Obama's pauses for really long umming. Genius. Common man's touch. Yeah, you do. There is overlap. You can see, like, I always wonder, the thumb on the closed fist for emphasis that you see all politicians do. I always wonder who's teaching them this stuff. Like, I want their names. I want who's giving them these sort of psycho-manipulative.
It's the gavel of justice.
Yeah. They all get a training course, right? They all get a quick primer on, the politician's touch on the, usually on shoulder or lower elbow, that you see them all use. Like, who's giving them this class?
I love AOC.
Parasocial relationships with politicians sadden me, says Kat. David, love it. Fascism is gay. They all excuse it by calling a Greco-Roman phase in college. Trump had an honorary PhD revoked. premarital. I have a PhD I actually studied for. So yeah, I'm smarter than Trump. Eat shit. I mean, if that's how if that's how you're gonna decide intelligence, then there's thousands, tens of thousands, millions of people who are metricably more intelligent than Trump. If it's just about a college degree, then guess what? There's motherfuckers out there that do dual and tertiary PhDs. Right there, I've spoken to engineers who ran dual PhD programs at MIT, simultaneous PhDs. That's insane. The workload alone. So yeah, it's if that's how you're gonna measure it, I personally think that that's a poor measurement of intelligence and plays into the the hallowed halls, the ivory towers of academia and authoritarianism far too easily. But again, if that's the metric, then yeah, Donald Trump gets his fucking shit stomped because he was a middling student at best and his own professors talk shit about him. And then there's people like Premarital walk around that has a legitimate PhD. Let's see. See, what was so horrible about Obama other than everything that's still horrible about Trump? Right? Still military industrial complex, still drones, still prison industrial complex, still turning their backs on indigenous people, still turning their backs, paying lip service only to the LGBT community, fucking still undermining. Like, what's the difference? What brass tacks? What's the difference between Obama and Trump other than the obvious? And by that, I mean the tan suit, clearly. Yeah. I will not have you dragging a Klansman reputation through the mud like that. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. David, I didn't know Kushner came from a family of slumlords, but it seems to track with his heritage. Dude, his dad's in jail. Kushner's dad is serving time for his shit fuckery. Oh, you mean the other thing. Yeah. See, I have to take people at good faith and surface value. Thanks to my mods, fucking, Mitre was like, Andy jumps on the hook. You're doing the Jewish question thing, aren't you? Jesus Christ. What is it with anti-Semitism and fucking people on the right? Let's see. Solaris. Let's see. Recycled jokes are where I draw the line. Cat timed him out. Let's see if any of them noticed and multiplied the top potential score by 100. Unsurprisingly, none of them did. Yeah. Let's see. What about the first?
The alpha males gotta leave.
Oh, did he do any of that, or did he just sign off on that? Did he lead the charge for any of that, or did other politicians expend their political capital, Angie? And Trump, being the president who gets to sign the act into law, goes, "Oh, this is my act." Never mind the bipartisan panel of Congress people that actually wrote and supported and fought for the First Step Act. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It was Trump that wrote it. It was Trump that advocated for it. It was Trump. Oh, no, it was just Trump who took credit for it. Let's see. Historically black colleges and universities. Let's see. The bipartisan bill known as the Future Act. I'm sure what I'm going to find when I look up the congressional record for HR 2486, I'm going to see heavy advocacy on the part of Donald Trump, right? I'm definitely going to see that he's a credited author for this as well. No, I'm not seeing any of that. That's interesting. He was just the guy who signed it.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh.
Fair enough, premarital. Prejudication. I like that term. I like that term, Mitre. Prejudication. Yeah, prejudication. Let me make this easy for you, Chad. How about that? You've long worn out your welcome. I'll make it easy. You don't have to unfollow me. I'll just ban you. We'll make this easy for all parties involved. You can go around and tell your right-wing chud friends online that, like, you know, the intolerant left wouldn't hear you out, even though I've unbanned you how many fucking times and gone to bat for you. But no. Your fifis were hurt by one of my mods, and therefore you have to unfollow and never come back. Well, you know what? I don't believe you that you... I think you'll come back. So I'm going to make this easy for the both of us and just ban your account. There. That's how we're going to resolve that. Oh, yeah. To Rabbit, I don't get it. I don't get how people don't get it. That, I mean, we started basically this entire political segment by talking about how Biden isn't going to fulfill any obligations as far as police accountability goes. Kamala is shooting the DNC and the progressive movement in the foot by talking about gun control and gun reform laws in the middle of a fucking Georgia runoff. It's absolutely ridiculous. We literally started this by talking shit about these people. And these sort of Trump brainwashed supporters always, you know, well, what about the other side? How do you not pick up on what's going on here? We're criticizing both of them. Chill out. I don't know Jimmy Dore's strategy. I haven't listened to Jimmy Dore as a political advocate or talking head of some sort. I did used to listen to his stand-up. Back in the day, he was a funny fuck. I'm unfamiliar with his political cast. But yeah, feel free to inform me as to Jimmy Dore's strategy or stratagem. And I will comment on it. And if somebody can fact check whether that's a realistic or fair analysis and assessment of Jimmy Dore's strategy, would be great as well. They clearly wanted you to criticize Trump. Let's see. I'm disappointed that Mitre doesn't send dick pics to people that send urban unban requests. Yeah, that would get us fucking. If that were channel policy, that would be. What are my thoughts on Shaggy's Grammy Award winning single Angel? Haven't heard it. But Shaggy seems like a decent dude. He's never done me wrong, so you know.
What are your thoughts on Shaggy's Grammy Award?
Well, I mean, it's, you know,
Isn't that an old song? Didn't they like? Why is it up now for a Grammys award when it's like almost what, like a decade old.
Oh no, I think it probably won ages ago, but fucking Curio's just fucking around based on some of these inane questions I get sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's riffing on them. Haven't heard it, travesty. I've probably heard it, but do I remember it? Do I recall it? No. No.
Show your mind.
Oh no, I can. Yeah, 2009, October of 2009. So, 11 years ago. Cat. Oh Jesus Christ. Google policy updates. It looks like I'm getting emails. Yep, policy changes. Jimmy Dore is. Who knows? Probably just some bullshit. Let's see. Jimmy Dore is a more angry, bitter Kyle Kulinski who brushes up with folks like Tucker Carlson. All right. I'd love to know what his strategy is, though. He went on Tucker's show because Tucker has an audience of 4 million people, ish. It's not fair to say they're palling around. Shaggy was gonna win a Grammy, but then he got high. That song I do know. Interesting. Back and forth between two people. Don't care. Okay, so Dore is asking progressives in Congress to withhold votes for Pelosi if she refuses to put Medicare for all for a vote on the floor. This way we say who in Congress is willing to fight for Medicare for all during a pandemic. There's a list you can already pull up, sponsors and supporters of the proposed legislation, that would probably get you 3/4 of the way there. I don't think we need to expend political capital. By we, I mean they. And again, not my crew. But I don't think that you would need to strategically expend political capital. I think you could pretty much compile a list of who's going to vote for and against anyway, based off of a few different metrics. So vocal support, written support, also lobbying dollars, and previous expansions of Medicaid probably could be taken into account, and you could build your list off of that, and you get a pretty accurate, 75 to 90% accurate list of who's for and against, and you wouldn't have to expend any political capital to do it, because putting it to a vote on the floor would probably expend political capital at this stage in the game, and given the small margins that they're operating on, just razor thin margins, it might not be worth it. You could probably also get that information just by direct questioning every single one of them. Anybody who hesitates, it says anything other than yes, there you go. You're going to get a few false positives, but more progressive media outlets or journalists should just make it a point to ask everybody on the Democratic side and the Republican side, do you support Medicare for all? Yes or no? Anything other than a yes, or even a no, by the way, is a no, right? If you waver or mince words in any way, shape, or form on that one, it's a no. So do you support Medicare for all? Yes or no? Do you support universal single-payer healthcare? Yes or no? I see, as a politician, as a sitting no, got it, done, check. We could do this without expending a drop of political capital on the floor. Do I think we need to get rid of Pelosi? Yes. Yes, please, for the love of God, can we get rid of Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein and Chuck Schumer and Paul Ryan and Devin Nunes? There's so many fucking people that we need to get rid of. Yes. But, do we need to expend the political capital to do it? No, I don't think so. I think we can get those numbers without it. But I mean, I understand where Dore's coming from. The real Road Jam, what role did you pick in Cyberpunk? Like it fucking matters after the 15-minute intro and a few speech checks that don't really change anything as far as the fucking game goes. I chose Nomad for my first playthrough. That game is half-baked. Talk to me during Game of the Year, when Game of the Year edition comes out. Angie, incredibly easy to break into smart, just talk about Internet of Things, IoT devices, which smart appliances fall under. It's incredibly easy to break into them usually. There's very poor security, even at, the implementation level, let alone the maintenance level. And 0 days long become like 120 days. They don't get patched. Smart guns don't have trigger control. Smart guns aren't intelligent like they are in Cyberpunk.
Your code.
The idea of smart guns is nothing more than electronically controlled it's electronically controlled fingerprint reading usually, or palm reading, to control the safety mechanism for the gun. So it prevents firing. It doesn't have control over the firing mechanism. It's not like the gun itself can pull the trigger, and they don't, by and large, they don't have wireless capability. It's an inbuilt system. So at most, you're looking at compromising a fingerprint reader or a palm reader on a device, or bypassing it in order to engage or disengage the hammer lock for it. That's it. There's not a world right now, at least, where, a hacker behind the scenes can I'm in, and bang, 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 the gun goes off. That just doesn't exist. It's not a thing. So yeah. Prices are going up next year. The food price index study out of Canada predicts $700 on average for North American, America and Canada. This doesn't apply to Mexico, really. American and Canadian consumers. They're going to see a $700 price increase on groceries alone. Bakery items, meat, butcher items, and produce.
Got the warrior code. Protect the young.
He likes to sing. All right, let's see.
I'm sorry, my bad.
You were so fucked up the other night on, was it Curios? You didn't even, you were like, Sue. And you're like, whatever. Let's blow this popsicle stand.
Ben, how you doing, bro?
Sue's lost. Let's blow this popsicle stand. This dude is low energy and unwilling to call out corrupt fake politicians rolling out. Oh, that's adorable. He's trying to fucking David is. Who am I not? I'm low energy. This is low energy for him, right? What would the high energy be equivalent to? What would be my high energy version? If you're still here, you pathetic supplicant who is literally reiterating and parroting Donald Trump's rhetoric, as poor as it is. What politician should I be more willing to call out? That would make me high energy in your book, you pathetic, again, bootlicking supplicant. And what mannerisms and sort of rhetoric or method of interacting with you would be high energy? Should I be screaming like Alex Jones? Should I be talking about how I'm willing to eat your ass like Alex Jones?
Them frogs, I tell you, frogs.
High energy would be cocaine and Adderall cocktail. All right. At least I have an answer. Not from the originator of it. Hey, Raphael. What is single-payer healthcare? It's what you have. Yeah, Raphael, that's what you have in Australia, is single-payer healthcare. Meaning it's funneled through tax dollars, but out of the government. That's single payer, and universal, of course, meaning everybody is covered. Because terminology like Medicare for all, we have touchy partisan hacks in this country that you can't use certain words because immediately they start screaming. So I tend not to use the terminology Medicare for all. I use universal single payer healthcare. That way I can sidestep those right-wing arguments right out of the gate.
Pillow, are you even a real political commentator?
If you're fair enough. Sue is law. No, fireworks, confetti. Yeah, fireworks and confetti. I'll get a confetti cannon installed over there, and so we'll just fucking randomly. We'll tie it to chat and channel points. Let's see. If you're not fucking a body pillow, are you even a real political commentator? Gotta admit that Alex Jones remix song talking about eating neighbors is hilarious. Oh yeah, no, it is. We played it last night. We played it yesterday. Yeah, it's goddamn hilarious. I mean, he's unintentional comedy. He's a stochastic terrorist, but he's also unintentional comedy.
Yeah. T-shirt cannon, confetti gun, bring it. Yeah.
Exactly. Just douche at random. Fucking, yeah. And I love, I mean, it's always great to see the literal parroting. Low energy, sad. Trump is a genius. Like, literally, like, they have these talking points. It's a dialogue tree. They have talking points, they hit them, and that's it. We should play the lefty ass eating whenever we get raided by 4chan. Keep the slugs entertained. I haven't had another 4chan raid, but, I mean, it will happen. It's if it happened once, it's possible to happen twice. So...
You got raided by 4chan?
We had some fucking, at least probably 2 chuds that got annoyed that I was talking shit about ANCAPs. That, anarcho-capitalist isn't a thing. It's a misnomer. It's an inorganic bad faith argument. It's an attempt to get political cover for your shit position. And they ran back to 4chan and tried to bait them into mass raiding my channel. We had a minor raid, but what happened was 4chan eats their own. And the attempt that they tried initially didn't work well. So, they immediately turned on them. But we had, I don't know, tens, I don't know how many, but we saw the number spike and we saw a bunch of, bad faith actors come through and that sort of thing. And then, fucking fended that off just fine. And a second post went up. But yeah, it was the first one, at least, was identified by an ANCAP flag on their username. Hey, I'm just relying on his professor's assessment. Yeah.
Let's put it this way. Okay. How much of a genius do you have to be to want to keep polluting the earth, even though every single scientist now, even the government paid ones, are all in agreement that we need to do drastic change in the whole entire industry. Otherwise, we ain't going to make it. How much of an idiot do you have to be to turn around and take that information from actual geniuses and then turn around and sign Dakota Access Pipeline and push that through, even though the Supreme Court denied it? Or Exxon or any of these other oil lines.
I mean,
wait.
I just rely upon, William T. Kelly was the professor's name. And he literally he taught the marketing department. He was the professor for the marketing department for 31 years at Wharton School of Business and Finance, and he literally wrote the textbook on this particular field. And he was generally seen to be an expert in his field of, business and marketing. And I mean, Donald Trump was the dumbest goddamn student I ever had. There you go.
How much more could be said?
I mean,
I wouldn't call that a glowing report card.
yeah. And I mean, Trump literally threatened to sue any school that talked about his grades. That's not something you do if you have, like, Rhodes Scholarship quality grades or, MacArthur Genius Grant quality grades. Like, it isn't. It just isn't. And I mean, he bankrupted a casino. He failed to sell liquor, steaks, and gambling to Americans.
How fucked up can you be to fail at that?
Curio. Am I hearing Sue be skeptical of Trump's magnificent genius? Yeah. Oh, look. Iowa used $10 million in virus aid to fund state police officers. This is my shocked face. They used $10 million of federal pandemic relief funds to pay the salaries of state police officers who weren't directly involved in Iowa's virus response.
Now, there's a scam.
Yeah, we talked about the $9 billion our FCC just kicked over to the telecommunications companies as a parting gift on behalf of Ajit Pai. Fuck that guy.
Can we all agree that most politicians suck in some way or another? Yeah, we can agree on that.
Well, how about we just abstract it to the system sucks? How about neoliberal hypercapitalism with an oligarchical bent is not a good thing? How about this thing we're operating in sucks, and it forces everyone to compromise, creating the situation that we talk about all the time? There is no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism. That it's all degrees of ethical and moral compromise. Mm-hmm. From the small guy all the way up to the big guy. We're all responsible. Some of us far, far, far more than others. But we all bear a little share of the blood. So, how about we accept, hey, girly, other states have done that too. Oh yeah, and South Dakota used COVID relief fund money to create a Visit South Dakota TV commercial. Not surprised. Yeah. How about we all sort of, as adults, as responsible adults, start realizing that we all play a part in this shit. That with a change of will and a change of mind, we could change this entire system tomorrow to a certain extent. But we're not going to do that.
We can change it right this very second.
Yeah.
If we really wanted to.
It really is that simple. It's as simple as changing your mind, which is the most difficult thing to do for a lot of people. Yeah, Angie, I talk about it all the time. I talk about it because I think it's a valid idea. It's a methodology that, in part is mine, but, I stand on the shoulder of giants when I talk about it. And they stand on the shoulders of giants as well. It's just one giant tree of fucking intelligentsia dating back to time immemorial. Thesusian incrementalism. It's a reference to the ship of Theseus, but ultimately all you need to know is that if you start looking at society and the system, hey, Divine, let's just say my hands are buzzing and my legs are on fire. So it is what it is. Thucydian incrementalism is a form of incrementalism in which you look at the system as a componentized or a modularized system, rather than in a monolithic entity that most people tend to look at it as. And you purposefully and systematically go through it and swap components. The reason this is called Thucydian is because the ship of Theseus thought experiment dictates that basically it's a reference to the Odyssey, that the ship of Theseus's ship leaves, they come back, every single part has been replaced on their journey. Is it the same ship? I don't care about the thought experiment. But a ship can be underway, it can be under sail, and you can replace parts of it, including the outside of the hull if you're really clever. So you can swap deck planks, you can swap rigging, you can swap sails, you can swap the mast, you can swap the rudder, you can swap the steering wheel, you can change all of it and not take it all down. Revolution. That's what revolution is dry docking the ship and tearing it apart and rebuilding it. I don't think that can work in a modern context. I don't.
Sure.
Your medicine is done. Or, worst case, corporations will step in even further than they already have.
No, we don't need corporations to step in any more further.
Well, but that's the thing, is if you remove government, which is the system that we're talking about in this, the economic system and the system of governance, if you remove it and you go full revolutionary, then what's going to happen is the corporations are going to fill that power vacuum.
So you need to then, at the same time, not only do you completely tear down and rebuild the government, but you completely get rid of corporations on top of it.
You're never gonna. That's a project the likes of which humanity's never undertaken. That's simultaneous. Let's just say a lot of people are gonna die.
It can be done.
You're gonna end up having to go full authoritarian and kill people. You will. I mean, that's the thing. If you think ExxonMobil isn't going to hire private military contractors to protect their assets in the middle of that, then you're out of your fucking mind. This will be brother against brother.
Do what we got to do.
See, that's the problem.
Honestly, Kai,
You won't get. You just lost 90% of your supporter base right there. You can't do it.
What else do? You can't. There is no more such thing as a peaceful revolution. It's gone from the 60s. It's gone. That's just never going to be possible. Not with what we're looking at and facing at today and going forward. It's just not going to.
Oh, no, this is why you're fucked. You're fucked either way. You're not going to get that 90%. You're just not. We're going to hit.
Hey, Meat.
Thank you, Meat, and congratulations, Fister. No, we're headed towards cyberpunk. Like, we're headed towards Elysium. We're headed towards all these sort of dystopian tales that science fiction authors have been writing about for generations and generations now. We're headed towards it. I advocate for a thing that could at least pull us up out of the nosedive. The damage has been done. Even if we had a revolution tomorrow, which, by the way, we're not going to have, it's just unrealistic. The biggest thing we've had is since Occupy is BLM, and BLM is a drop in the bucket, right? Yeah. It's just unrealistic. The best thing you can do is convince people that if we change A today, maybe tomorrow we change B. And you can work through cycling percentages of the population, because you'll have 65% that'll be in favor of changing out A. Cool, let's get that done. But the overlap for B and A is only 25%. But if you do B alone the next time, maybe you can eke it through with 52%, that sort of thing. And so you just you compartmentalize and componentize these ideas and these things within society. and you deal with them one by one. Now, see, that's the thing is we, hey, thank you.
Difficult truth, trash.
No, difficult truth is trash. Don't know.
Wow.
You don't have.
I know difficult truth. He's not trash.
I know neither. You don't have to. When I say you, I mean your activist group as well. See, that's the thing is if we were talking like I don't know oil pipeline and like environmental. Spam, you get a timeout like that. Do it again, I'll ban you. If you're talking like environmental stuff and like, you know, that sort of territory, I'd say the indigenous activist community is already well on this one, well established. This should be the thing that they're talking about. Right? You don't need to do this sort of monolithic entity that like, you know, people have been taught in this country like, oh, the Democrats have to do this because they are the counterpoint to the Republicans. Like if it isn't the Democrats who do it, then who's going to? Well, there's a host of mechanisms and methodologies for implementing change in society, not involving the federal government. So look at the respective groups, right? You've already got LGBT groups out there handling, you know, the identity sort of territory. You've got indigenous groups handling environmental issues. You've got, trust me, you've got like, you've got tech groups that are constantly hammering the privacy issue and the overreach of technology companies. You know, we just need to empower them as a society, and we need to understand our involvement and our role within it. And, you know, come to terms with that and be willing to come on board when that time comes, right? Oh, hey, you know, yeah, fucking, they're getting fucked too. All right, cool. I'm in support of that. If you make some progress, then cool. We'll deal with it. Right? Like you can count me as an ally. I don't have to be an activist actively in something to be an ally. But when it comes around and it's like, oh, hey, there's a question to whether add that to our state constitution. Vote yes, dumb fuck. Like don't eschew any form of progress because of your puritanical utopian visions. And that's sort of what my form of Thesusian... my form of incrementalism, Thesusianism, is recognizing that progress is a game of inches, not miles.
So how about this? How about Canada and the United States forces the implementation of UNDRIP?
Wait, forces what?
The implementation.
Implementation?
Yeah,
okay.
Of UNDRIP.
I didn't catch that last part of what?
UNDRIP.
Oh, UNDRIP.
Yeah. It is a UN.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So yeah. The Declaration of Indigenous Rights, rights of Indigenous Peoples. Sorry, fucking. Yeah.
Right. So if both Canada and the United States implemented UNDRIP, that could end a lot of things.
Well, I mean, it would. Honestly, I think it would just end up in a fucking whole host of oil and gas companies rerouting their pipelines. But it's a start. I mean, it's a start. But again, you're relying on federal intervention for societal change. Because, I mean, it's, you know, essentially a treaty, and it need to be ratified at the federal level. So you have this.
But here's the problem.
Same hang-up.
We have dozens of treaties that are in existence that aren't being followed at all.
Yeah, and so, you know, our word means nothing.
Yeah.
It literally, it's, you know, we could sign on to that tomorrow, and nothing would change. Be like, yeah, we're party to the United Nations, you know, Declaration on Indigenous Rights of Indigenous People. Pat ourselves on the back, do a presser with somebody in, you know, fucking headdress, and we'd be like, yep, see, that's cool. Well, what about the points of the treaty. Oh yeah, we'll look at that tomorrow.
No, but I get that because that's what we were used to
Yeah,
since
it's exactly what we do.
14 something. You know what I mean?
I still want to. Okay, so he's back. What is high energy for you? Like I'm animated, I'm moving, I'm speaking at a speed that, you know, most people tell me to slow down at. What is high energy for you? Or is it a characteristic? If I was a Trump supporter or a Ben Shapiro bootlicker, you know, feet pics aren't my thing. What's high energy? What defines and dictates? Yeah, I was dealing with fucking Trump supporters. Of course I was falling asleep. All of you guys say the exact same thing over and over again. It's fucking ridiculous. You know how many times I've heard the dialogue tree of a Trump supporter at this point? It's all the same. For me to actually get involved. Cult of Trump. Right-wingers in general. People who believe that people who are so firmly attached to the Overton window shift that they see Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton as radical leftists.
They're not radical leftists at all. They're more like.
Hey, Mehmet. I always hear fucking Rush Limbaugh in my head because Hillary Clinton, radical leftist.
He's not a radical leftist. He's got nothing to do with the left.
Oh, I know.
He's more big corporate.
Yeah, somebody from the UK pointed out one night. They said, honestly, your Democrats would be right of the Tories, which are the Conservative Party for the UK. Like they're like, yeah, they'd be right of the Tories in our country.
Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Maybe America is moving towards an economic precipice once again. Dude, if we are, be ready to seize that advantage. Be ready to seize that moment. If we have a sort of, you know, Great Depression era sort of thing going on, then, you know, maybe we get some FDR-like legislation implemented. It'd be nice. It'd be great. You know, if you get a 96, 97% tax rate on some of these fuckers, it'd be amazing. But given what
I'm kind of chuckling because our economical system is going to crash.
Oh, I mean, this is what Marx was talking about. Like, it's doomed to fail.
Yeah, and sooner than we actually think, because reality is you cannot have what we have right now, which is a pandemic that is going for as long as it's going and is going to go, and expect that the economy is going to grow or be saved in any way, shape, or form. It is going to crash. And when it crashes, all those big corporates are going to be out of luck because they're not going to have anything.
Kat, was it the BBC interview that you're talking about?
Rabbit, I love you.
Yeah, that's what I was giving a chuckle at. I think Anglo free market capital is going to lose its dominance for sure. I sure hope so. It's fucking did a terrible job thus far. I mean, gave us a lot of shiny shit. You know, baubles and gadgets. Did a good job there, but remember, yeah. Let's see. Biden isn't going to change anything. Exactly, girly. Biden is, like we said, he's fucking neolib status quo. He is the status quo. He's a multi-millionaire old white dude. Come on.
Gonna keep the status quo. This is what you're looking at. You're looking at it right now because it's a two-party system. So you're always looking at the lesser of two evils. And that's all you get to vote. You don't get to vote for someone that'll actually make change for the better. You don't get to vote for someone who will actually do something. All you get to vote is whatever big corporate and big rich people want you to vote for. And that's who they put up. I mean, take a look at it. What happened with Bernie Sanders? Let's not forget the DOC, right?
Who gets the crown of most radical leftist?
Me.
Probably. I mean, if we're talking living activists and politicians, there's very few politicians that could ever even put their hat in the ring, but there's tons of activists that definitely could put their hat in the ring for that one. Dead. Now we've got some contenders. Now we've got some heavyweights. But yeah, if you restrict it to living, chances are an indigenous activist might actually be your most radical leftist that you'll find on an average day, short of being in a squat, like in an anarchistic squat in the UK or Germany or something like that. I mean, they're fucking doing it. But yeah. Raphael, given the low bar Trump has set, Biden would have to do something pretty remarkable to fuck up his presidency. Well, it's just his presidency's not going to be anything. That's the thing. It's just going to be a status quo grind, right? Like it was already fucked to start with. Trump is just such a fucking moron and such a useful idiot that the sort of Republican and right-wing status quo and establishment really got to push their agenda hard. And their agenda just so happens to tie into a whole host of, white supremacists and shit like that.
Yep.
But, Biden is just going to be status quo anyway.
David, we can't do that. It's a TOS for Twitch for making those kind of statements.
I would, given the troubled history, I would go further than that, but we'll see. Let's see. We know about the Kropotkin experiments under Trotsky. There we go. No. There's not going to be. There's no program from Biden to deal with any of the crap. Like, it's not a thing that exists. It's the same thing as this is my favorite example, but because I'm a gay dude, it's like NBC and fucking Johnson & Johnson adopting rainbow colors on their logos during Pride Month. But meanwhile, if you look at their Twitter accounts for their like Saudi Arabia or Russian branch of their company, you think there's a pride flag on that logo? No.
Nope.
It's only as good as they only do it if it serves their purpose. There's no actual support there. And this is the same with the Biden administration. It's the same with fucking, whereas Kamala is like a cop car with a pride flag on it.
Yeah, exactly, right? Kamala with like a cop car with a pride flag.
What do you think about Tulsi? Would she have had potential to change things up? No, because she's a fucking sleeper agent and a half. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
I do have to say, I do like Tulsi's agenda of ending regime change wars. I did like that.
Yeah, you just have to mix it in with all of the other horrific shit she advocates for. Yeah, all that. Dude, on her way out, I mean, she's definitely, these last few things that she's been saying and pushing and promoting are like, what the fuck? Like, seriously. Like, I think she's gunning for a position at the Fox News, at like the Trump News Network or something, the way she's been running her mouth recently. Yeah, Gabbard is great for one thing. What the fuck is she going to say next? Tulsi's 100% controlled opposition. She put, the turf shit. And the abortion stuff was the weirdest shit ever. Fucking legislation for survivors of abortion. Not the women. We checked. We double and triple checked. Like, it was live on air. We checked this shit. Like, we're talking about children that supposedly survive abortion.
Is there any children that
We couldn't
survive
find any
abortion?
statistics on it. We could find no statistics on it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, woman? It was this sort of restrictive, I hate women, fuck that Christian evangelical bullshit legislation that she was promoting, and it was done under the auspices of providing support for survivors of abortion. And we're all like, even the person who was talking about it is like, oh, no. Clearly she's talking about the women, you know, the women who have gone through. And I'm like, I don't think so. And we all looked into it in our own way. Like, nobody came back with, we're like, yeah, she's talking about the fetus. It was the weirdest fucking bill. Oh, it was so strange. I'm not American, but Tulsi's hot. Devil boy. Kamala be like, cops, but they have pronoun badges. Exactly. Fucking more trans drone operators. You know, fuck this shit. Let's see. I used to think Tulsi was interesting. I mean, I don't expect much from Dems, but she seems she's gone full asshole. See, this is the thing. People can only maintain the facade for so long, right? You're either an asshole or you're not. And if you're an asshole, we're going to know eventually.
I think if she would have not been an asshole and like, well, I kind of question her too, because when she was on tour and still in the running stages, a whole bunch of elders on the island over there in Hawaii got indigenous elders got arrested for protesting, and she didn't do anything about it.
Of course she did.
So that tells me, yeah, she ignored it.
Oh. If you oh yeah, she's a closet Republican for sure. If you type Tulsi survivors of abortion bill, you'll find all you need to know. Like, you'll find all you need to know. Even the supporters talking about it. Like, that's the thing. Like, the Catholic News Agency and liveaction.org, which is super anti-abortion. And, you know, Fox News. Like, even the people who are, like, in favor of this, you can read from their perspective and be like, this is fucking crazy. Like, you don't even need the other side's commentary on this, the sort of pro-abortion, pro-choice, you know, crew. Be like, you just read what the supporters of this bill have to say about it. It's fucking insane. Let's see. Really? I don't know what you're... Oh, digestive. So you couldn't get it. You had to use a fucking underscore. You don't understand what corporate rebranding and marketing and disingenuous advocacy for causes has to do with that? You don't see how that's not how that's purity test-ish? You don't see how that's a real issue? Hey, you know, Sue, how many corporations have probably spoken about, you know, indigenous rights over the years, that we support indigenous rights in the region? We work with indigenous leaders.
We hear that all the time, but never get anywhere with it.
Yeah. It's literally...
Oil companies are famous for it. Oh, we support indigenous communities and indigenous activism and rights. We support them fully. But hey, we want to put a pipeline through here that's going to make your area a dead zone without giving you any actual alert systems that actually work or anything. But hey, we'll pave a nice new road. Only going from on the reserve to where we need to have our little installations.
We sponsored a basketball court on the side of the road. See, we support indigenous rights. It's this shallow, you know, spoken support only, no actual support. You know what? If you want to support LGBT rights in Russia, stop doing business with the Russian government and groups that operate within Russia that are advocates of for anti-LGBT positions. You want to actually put up or shut up, because changing your logo to include a green earth, meanwhile you're constantly polluting and destroying ecosystems, doesn't do much. Putting a fucking rainbow flag on your fucking logo, meanwhile you're doing business with regimes that actively harm the LGBTQ community at large, is not supporting us, and it's not doing anything to change that culture either. It's profiting from it.
And that would be the exact reasoning that you would also state for those when it comes to indigenous issues.
Yep.
Or indigenous people.
It's
It's no different.
Go fuck yourselves. I know what this is about. It's about you utilizing a market leverage, that you're attempting to just leverage a segment of the market by appealing to their identity, rather than a substantive change within society that would affect those people directly. It's disingenuous and causes harm. What's my thoughts on Andrew Yang? Not a fan of most of his policies, but the fact that he brought UBI to the table as a discussion point, as a topic that needs talked about, especially given future automation levels and the ever-increasing level of, technology within society, we're going to have further and further, a larger and larger amounts of workers who don't have anything to do. And if your system relies upon them to do X to get resource to live, and you don't give them a methodology to access that resource, then all you're doing is automating people out of existence.
Okay, Venom Jesus. You know, right? Like, there are multiple different people of different nationalities that are what we would call an Apple or an Uncle Tom. That doesn't mean that you've solved indigenous people's issues by making a Native American or making more Native American CEOs.
More trans drone pilots. I mean, that's the same thing. Making my oppressor have something in common with my shared identity doesn't change the fact that they're oppressing me, right? Like that's just fundamental. Like I don't think Sue wants to be oppressed by an indigenous person any more than he wants to be oppressed by a white person.
Fuck no.
It's the oppression that's the problem.
Exactly.
Okay. Venom was just fucking sarcasming out. Mudvayne, Yang also brought on decriminalizing sex work. Can we just legalize it? Fuck this decriminalization half-ass step. Yes, I understand. We need to do it. It was the same for fucking California, Proposition 215. I get the process, but Jesus Christ. For as long as prostitution has existed, how on earth do you have a conversation about criminalizing it?
Isn't that old saying, prostitution is like the oldest form?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's the world's oldest job. It's the
the
really is.
oldest profession, right?
It really is. It predates us, because there have been studies, there have been animal behavior studies involving chimpanzees, and they taught them the value of money. They gave them like a token. And they taught them that if you give that token to the trainers, they will give you food. You know what the first fucking thing the males start doing with that? They started trading them with the female for sex. This behavior predates our species.
Yep.
To criminalize it is the stupidest, ass backwardest thing you could possibly try and engage in our society in. Just legalize the sex work. Do what every other developed nation in the world tends to do. See the Netherlands, see Australia. Legalize it, regulate it. All sorts of knock-on effects happen. Disease rates go down. You end up disease rates go down, divorce rates go down, the crime rates, secondary crime rates in the area that tends to house the prostitution industry go down. It's good for society at large. It just is. Yeah. It's one of the stupidest fucking things. So yeah, I don't ascribe the decriminalizing sex work with Yang as much as I do a whole host of other activists. But I mean, the fact, yeah, the work is a lot safer. The fact of the matter is, if he brought that to the table as well and he was talking about it, good on him. It's a topic that needs talked about. But I think the UBI thing is sort of a greater topic, not to minimize the nightmare that sex workers can face from, their chosen industry or forced in industry, depending, and we could resolve some of that with a UBI as well. Yeah, I definitely think the UBI is a conversation that we need to start having sincerely. And if you're going to have the levels of automation that we are headed towards in our society, then we need to start talking about seriously taking care of our populace without having them have to be productive, right? Like, we can't give everybody busy work. That's stupid.
Here's what I look at, Kai. Okay, when it comes to this comments about trafficking, but it'll allow sex trafficking. So here's your problem that you're facing. Okay, you have a government-funded, fully funded and backed child sex slave trade trafficking ring that works legally in whether it's Canada or United States, and it's called child welfare.
It actively would discourage most of that. I mean, that's the thing, is it literally, it's the same thing with the drug trade. God damn it, people. Prohibition doesn't work. How many times do we have to learn this lesson? It just creates a black market. That's it. So let's see. Let me scroll back a ways. Cat, simple, don't be selfish and find joy in your life now. The best way to get back at a reactionary is simply to live a fulfilling, happy life. Without a response to. I know this is a somber question, but how are we supposed to stay motivated to do anything, let alone create a better future long term, when by the time we're dead, everyone else will be too? I mean, you could take Kat's response that, the best way to, deal with a reactionary is live a fulfilling life. It depends your own personal philosophy, really. What's going to work best for you? Whether it's getting one up on somebody who's trying to fuck you over, or whether it's a more sort of existential, the world is the best place when old men plant trees whose shade they'll never sit in. It just depends on what motivates you as to what you should be seeking out as motivation. For me, spite goes a long ways. It really does. Anger, I forget who the poet was, but she said, I often find, I'm going to bastardize the quote to all hell and back, but it was, in times of doubt or lacking, I find that anger will suffice. Right? Like, if you don't have anything to say, but you can get angry, I bet you can find something to say. Anger goes a long ways. You just can't let it consume you. But I do find that living your life just to spite your enemies is a valid way to live your life. You can derive much pleasure and wholesomeness from that, as long as you understand the alchemy that's required. Let's see. Yeah, they've been saying sex trafficking since the Mann Act. Let's see. Wait. What's like Russia bomb? Oh, Chechnya. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I did the whole fucking regions messed up. How do we have the conversation about in America about UBIs being way too expensive for a country like America? I pulled this up on the side. A poverty level UBI would cost us $539 billion per year, right? Oftentimes, critics will toss around this $4.15 trillion a year, which is a highly inaccurate. But for a $539 billion UBI per year poverty level would reduce the poverty rate from 13.5 to 0%. That would lift 43.1 million people, including 14.5 million children, out of poverty. Now, is this thriving?
Yeah.
No, this isn't thriving, but this is surviving. And we could start the conversation there. That if we could give people an extra, and I think poverty level US is something like $12,000 or $15,000. Poverty guidelines. It's $12,760. All right, which doesn't sound like a lot, but any broke ass motherfucker in chat knows how to stretch nearly $13,000 a pretty far ways. Curio especially would be the first one to step up and tell you he's good at it. People who grow up broke know how to deal with this much better than people who are newly poor. But if you gave people an extra $12,760 a year and we resolved the healthcare issue, which is the number one leading cause of bankruptcy in our nation. And
we also look at making sure and ensuring that landlords cannot increase rent because you're getting more money.
Oh, yeah. You have to do rent controls nationwide.
Yeah. Because even here in Canada, they go by, I live in subsidized housing because I'm poor. So they go by how much your income is. So if you get an increase in any way, shape, or form, regardless of whether what it is, they want a percentage out of that and increase your rent. Yeah, which is a problem with it.
That's the system is designed to keep you entrapped in it to an extent, because there's a gap between the sort of the welfare, Medicaid, Medicare level of coverage and where you can actually pay for your own health insurance in this nation. And so there's this fucking gap in coverage that you're not going to be able to jump immediately. And so, yeah, you definitely need to deal with that sort of, poverty trap. Divided by, hold on, I was doing some 100,000 million. Yeah. Okay. So, wait, no. The number I wanted, yes. All right. Okay.
Yeah, Venom, that's the other thing. Businesses automatically, like even here in Canada, now there is a law that states that during a pandemic, businesses cannot up their prices to any of the customers. They cannot gouge people. And they're still doing that. They're gouging people. They're upping their prices.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the talk about how, you could, when people come in and ask about economic systems, I always tell them, you could either get rid of capitalism altogether and opt for something else, or you could bolt it to the floor, regulatory style. And what, Sue is talking about is bolting it to the floor. You say, no, that's not allowed. If we catch it, we're going to seize your assets. You don't do this slap on wrist shit. If you want to prevent something, you can prevent it. It's just a matter of doing it, actually doing it. But so we could implement for about, $500 billion a year, which, by the way, $539 billion a year to literally eliminate what we define as poverty, which, by the way, is still poverty. It's still way poverty, way enshrined in, in poverty. But we could spend $239 billion a year to make sure that most people do not starve. That
Wait, how much does the US spend on military?
740 that we know of.
740 trillion, right?
Billion per year.
Okay.
Yeah, there's estimates as high as 900 due to black ops programs and budgetary requirements that the public are literally not allowed to know about. But we do know about an increase up to 740 of the public NDAA budget.
So, considering that there's what? Russia's no longer a threat. The only threat, if any at all, is China.
And China spends at present $178.2 billion a year on their military budget.
Yeah, they have a big military. So, we spend how much money being in countries or that having military bases in countries, other countries that aren't a threat, that are allies.
Oh, it's a jobs program. It's a giant jobs program. That's what our military is. It's a giant jobs program, most of which, the lion's share goes to a handful of corporations and investors. But it is a jobs program.
Yeah, I remember going down to the States one time and I saw a recruitment thing that was like give you a couple of grand to sign up.
Yeah. Yep, signing bonus.
Well, yeah. So if you're like sign and they give you this check and it's like, well, if you're poor, whether they let you in or not, that's still a couple of grand in your fucking pocket.
Oh yeah, and like Murdercom says, they're on a waiting list to get subsidized housing in Canada. Can't wait until I get in, $350 a month, and I'll get a kitchen.
Yeah.
That's what with the level of which we're talking about here, right? We're talking about getting people a kitchen, right? This is
a bathroom, a shower.
This is not, yeah,
private space.
Yeah. We're not talking about giving everybody a fucking Ferrari, right? Besides, most people I've ever met don't actually want a Ferrari. They're pretty to look at, but owning them are a pain in the ass. Let's just put it that way.
I couldn't afford to own it.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking the brake pads alone for your average 2020 Ferrari are gonna bankrupt most people. So we're talking about a number that is digestible for the American system. It is something we can do just to address the poverty level issue. Now, we could talk. We spend money on stupid shit. We spend stupid money. And would the federal government pay for it by accruing debt or Federal Reserve magic? Dude, plenary responsibility fucking lies with the federal government and the states individually. We could retool our entire economic balance if we so chose, but we don't have the political will or, the fact of the matter is the people in charge, because see the Stanford analysis of our governmental system, we're an oligarchy. We're being run and ruled over by a bunch of rich people. And that imbalance in the system allows for people like Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos, who, by the way, is dumb as fuck by all accounts. She's the heiress to the Amway fortune, and she has 10 mega yachts. Her brother is the founder of Blackwater, for fuck's sake. We could easily reclaim a huge amount. I mean, Amazon is Bezos is on track to be a trillionaire, right? He's on track to be a trillionaire. We've already got people worth hundreds of billions of dollars. You want to talk about how unbalanced the system is? You've got thousands of billionaires. That ain't working. That ain't working. So you could retool the economic private side. You could retool the governmental spending side, and you could funnel some of this into future-proofing the economic fallout for the working class. And just plan on, we are headed towards a future where a portion of the public isn't going to be necessary for production of what we need as a species. And, you know, yeah, you're going to always need somebody to maintenance something in some way, shape, or form, or oversee something in some way, shape, or form. But we are firmly headed towards a future where we are capable of automating a seriously significant percentage of what we do. And
Which means there'll be no income because
exactly.
a machine.
Yeah. And so who pays for that? How does that work? Because if you have this script-based system that we have, that if you have the magic piece of paper or plastic, then you get the good or service. But what if you don't have that? Because the system has decided that you are no longer necessary. You know, there are trillionaires because they don't shout about it. Too obscene. My favorite counterstatement to the US UBI being necessary. Most people already have a refrigerator and a telephone. Clearly, their income is fine. Oh, to Rabbit, flat screen TV argument. Yeah, I've heard that one a few times. That look, the average poor person has a flat screen TV. Great. Do they have health care?
I don't have a flat screen.
Let's see.
I got like a 20-year-old TV. I got the most cheapest, poorest poor man freebie computer you could possibly look at.
Oh, we got a freeze peach. We got a freeze peacher. Lovely. California has ordered 5,000 body bags, refrigerated trucks on standby as COVID surges. 32,326 new cases on Tuesday.
Do you remember that thing that they were showing about how a lot of Walmarts, Walmarts? No, not Walmarts. No, I think it's Walmart. That were closing a lot of their shops down, and they were like making them almost like look like a detention center camp.
I remember that era of conspiracy thinking.
And then also
then nothing happened.
Those boxes that were like crates and tons and tons and tons of boxes.
Yeah, that was literally 15 years ago.
Yeah, you remember that though, right?
Yeah, but it was 15 years ago. It doesn't correlate to this.
Take a look today.
Anyone hating on sweet potatoes deserves to be banned. Just facts. Let's see. So is hate speech free speech? Yes, it's free speech. It's fucking obnoxious. But I'm in the camp that I would rather, you know, it's the old thing that we were taught once upon a time. I would rather 9 criminals be let go rather than send one innocent person to jail, right? I've applied the same philosophy to free speech. I would much rather err on the side of caution rather than allowing the government to have more input, given especially in an era of crypto neo-fascist overreach in the form of Donald Trump's administration literally using unnamed federal soldiers to snatch people off the streets in middle of protests. I'd rather not give that administration especially increased power and authority over what we get to say. And that extends to any other subsequent or former administrations as well. So, you know, yeah, that's my opinion on the matter. Yes, that's the old name for it. Thank you, Venom. I'm gonna call you Jesus. Thank you, Venom. Blackstone's ratio. Yeah. I am in that camp firmly. And plus, I like people to out themselves. Makes it a lot easier on the rest of us. That, you know, if you wave the I'm an asshole flag for the rest of us proudly, it makes it a lot easier for the rest of society to deal with you appropriately. Rather than you fear government overreach and you work behind the scenes and keep that shit to yourselves and your golf clubs and your fucking shooting clubs or whatever the fuck you're doing, where you're doing that shit. I would much rather you feel confident enough to be out on the street yelling about it. That way I can say, oh, hey, did you hear? Fred's a fucking racist. Yeah. Makes it much easier for the rest of us to know how to treat who to treat how. Let's just put it that way.
Exactly.
Except it hasn't.
Like, there's how do I put it? There are people that have no clue. And sadly, it's really weird, and I know it's hard to understand, but there literally are people on this planet that literally have no clue. And so if you catch them, I would rather them saying whatever out publicly, because then you can catch them and fix that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they
Or-
self identify, which is much easier for the rest of us.
Yeah.
FYI, the cost of a $20,000 and $10,000, so $20,000 per adult and $10,000 per child in a UBI as a UBI in the United States would cost $1.816 trillion per year. Let me put that into context. That is less than 10% of our GDP. It's less than 45% of our federal spending in total. It's not even all of our entitlement spending. It's, kicking around 80% of our entitlement spending as we stand today.
So basically, the government won't go into debt. They don't have to make more debt.
It's a doable algorithm. Like, we could balance that. We could.
Easily.
And Venom, personally, I think it depends on the material reality of the country. I think Germany certainly did good banning Nazi flags for the underlying sentiments of the country at the time. Maybe, but it didn't work. I would argue results. There's neo-Nazis in Germany today. Like, it didn't really do anything. It just made them go underground. Yeah, I have very mixed feelings on that one. Or Bezos could just get taxed by 50% and still have several $1 billion left over. I know, right? Like, that's the thing is, we could balance this utilizing private industry and public sector and really take a bite out of this. Really, truly. Yeah. We could be giving $20,000 per adult and $10,000 per child every year in this country and covering their health care. And we might be able to balance it to the point where you could see savings and greater economic growth and activity.
Yeah.
It literally can potentially work out if you tackle the private industry correctly. Because we know that money's going to be circulated. It's not going to be hoarded. It's not going to be like Smog's gold pile that Bezos and Gates and Buffett and all of these other assholes have. That, you take the bottom rung of the economic system as it stands and give them an extra $20,000 a year, you're going to see an influx of $20,000 a year into the economy from that person. And so you're going to see it in the banking sector. You're going to see it in the, the manufacturing sector. You're going to see it in the housing sector. You're going to see. So, I mean, if we tackled healthcare on top of that, because a good portion of that would go to healthcare costs in this country, then you could see a resurgence of spending in the local community. You definitely would see that money flow back into the municipal level within their community, and you could stimulate Main Street rather than Wall Street once again. There are ways to do this, but again, just political will. I would say.
And for the person that commented about free rent, the only way you're ever going to see free rent is if you give the country back to us Indigenous people.
Or, me. See, this is okay. So I'm gonna Sue, safe space. Sue, safe space. We're setting up a safe space.
Okay.
All right, we're setting up a safe space. Everybody, the walls of the safe space have been erected. A white dude is going to have a conversation with an indigenous dude about a very weird topic for some people. I know my is digestive. Digestive said rent free. Okay, so I know my ancestors are a bunch of fucking piece of shit colonialists. Right? I get that. But linguistically speaking, how do I not qualify as indigenous or native or something? Like, I was born here. I know my ancestors are a bunch of pricks, but I don't have any other option. Nobody else is going to take me. And, you know, I feel the same pressures. I got a leg up because I'm a white dude. I get that. The system was stacked in my favor. But as far as the, like, born to this land definitional set, like, can we have a term for those of us that, like, it feels weird that it's like, dude, I was born here. Like, I didn't get a choice. Nobody asked me. Trust me, if somebody asked me, I wouldn't have been born here. I'd be so...
I feel you, but it's really kind of...
I know.
It's one of those...
Like, I get it, it's a touchy thing, but it's like there has to be like this accepted category of like political recognition for those of us that we're all getting fucked, right? And most of us didn't choose to be here.
No, I get that.
Yeah. I just, you fucking, you know, I know there's certain circles that like I'd already be screamed at. How dare you suggest, how dare you minimize? I'm not trying to minimize, not trying to take away. All I'm saying is we're all getting fucked.
No, it's true. We all, you know, like, we understand that, you know, non-indigenous people or non-native people are getting fucked over just as much as we are.
Yeah, it's, you know, fuck, it just seems to be how big the dick is. We're all taking it one way or the other.
Yeah.
Imports, says Two Rabbits. It's not an import. We were here. But I do like Fister's Indigenous Invader. I like the duality of it, you know. And the you know, yeah, the alliterism. Yeah, that's the wrong term, but my brain is starting to fry. But yeah, no, it's I do feel that sometimes that, like, you know, dude, I didn't get a choice to be born into this shithole.
I mean, you know, I think what it is the problem really is because we've been dealing with this for like 500 plus years. So you get to look at many different factors, right? And sadly, a lot of these things that we see going on today would be easy fix if people actually really wanted to. Like, very simply, like UNDRIP.
Well, I mean, yeah, yes. Fuck all of the nuance I was about to. Yes. It just, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I definitely say, like, there's a whole host of people out there that get to make that claim, right? It isn't just indigenous people. There's like a whole host of political spectrum that would be like, you do realize if we were running this shit, this wouldn't be an issue, right? Like, there is a contingent of philosophy and ideology that bears the brunt of this blame. They really do. And it spans generations, it spans ethnicities, it spans nationalities. But there is a way of thinking that is responsible for this.
Yep. Exactly.
Which goes back to how we say all the time, it's as simple as changing your mind, which is the most difficult thing you can do.
Yeah.
It's, yeah. And yes, then
if
what Kat said.
Would have been in the first place, when treaties were first made and weren't done by, you know, starvation or plagues.
Whoopsie, sorry about that. Here's a blanket.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Jesus Christ.
Here's a blanket that's plague ridden. Yeah, enjoy.
Yeah, you know, fucking. Hey, oh, we've discovered a land which we can call our own without anybody's rules oppressing us. Oh, hello there. Could you just scoot over a little bit? Thanks. Anyway, a land of our own that we can call, that we can decide our own future. A little further, little further, little further, little. Thanks. Just a little further. That's good. Anyway, look at this expansive land with no one inhabiting it. God damn it, how many of you fuckers are there? A little further, little further. Give them the plague blankets. Anyway, little further.
You might want to get in here.
Let's see. Yeah, it was definitely
Full figured. Let me explain something to you. History lied to you. There were wars, yes, but war was the very extreme last option.
Oh, it wasn't a profit sharing method?
No.
Oh, well, you just clearly weren't civilized.
No, I know, right? Like, how dare we?
Yeah, I mean, native to what? The casino? Hey, I was born in Vermont. We don't have that shit. Momo, we set up the safe space. We set up the safe space because this is a weird fucking topic. But basically, it was apropos of the idea that we're all getting fucked by this stupid system, right? And I was born here without a choice. And nobody else is going to want to take me with my physical disabilities. So it's not like I have an option to just jump over to another country and that sort of thing. And so I was like, I'm something, right? Like I'm native to this country. I'm native to this land. I didn't come here from somewhere else. I get my ancestors are a bunch of pieces of shit. I totally accept that and acknowledge that. But you know, as far as birthing goes, like nobody consulted me, or at least not that I'm aware, as to the nature of all of this sort of stuff. And so, yeah, it was a conversation born of that, that sort of territory that gets very sketchy indeed.
So here's what we look at. Majority of indigenous tribes or native tribes in North America, United States and Canada, have a making of a relative ceremony where we literally adopt, regardless of what they are, whether they're white, whatever. We literally adopt. So, you know, that would be a commonplace thing that would literally take you out of being the question that you're.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is I had this idea when I was listening to an old NoFX song, "Don't Call Me White," and I started having these thoughts. I was like, you know, I will utilize the terminology for common parlance, but if the term white is going to be the term that we ascribe to this systemic oppression or responsible for it, or at least a major component of it, I actively I actively advocate for, undermine, subsume, and to speak vehemently against on a regular basis all of this bullshit. Then don't call me white. Like that's not me. Like that's a whole other fucking ball game sort of thing. And so fucking no context too, right? Love it. Yeah.
Where are the blankets?
Yeah, where are the blankets? Hang on, let's pull it up. I always love their names. Rough Wandering Giraffe Party. Expansive land with no one inhabiting. God damn it, how many of you fuckers are there? A little further, little further. Give them the plague blankets. Anyway, little further.
You might want to get in here.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's so gonna end up, dude. That's gonna be what they air on, like, you know, Fox News or something when they're talking about me.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, I'm of the English tribe in England, so I'm. Oh, Jesus Christ! So many fucking paragraphs. I'm cool. What apart from establishing the plantation of Ulster in the 1100s and then taking the plantation system around the world. Spreading progress to the lesser peoples. All right. Venom, you're white, therefore you're wrong is an actual annoying aspect of left spaces. And it is. I contend with it on a regular basis. I've found that you just, you know, be an ally to a whole bunch of people that can get your back. depending on the conversation. If it's indigenous rights, you better believe I'm going to be yelling at Sue or Rabbit, like, get the fuck in here and give me some political cover so we can talk about this topic without these purity test leftists screaming their bloody heads off. And the same goes for trans rights or non-binary gender topics or, you know, whatever it is. You know, you just have a big tent and a wide community and you show a level. Don't be an asshole and, you know, and you'll naturally have a crew, right? Like if you're not a white supremacist, oppressive, authoritarian dickhead, chances are you'll know a few people who don't look exactly like you.
Exactly.
Like... And then they can provide you the political cover you need in those sort of insane leftist spaces that apply those levels of purity test. I heard someone on NPR on my way to the MRI the other day. Voice made my ears do a double take. Thought it was you, Kai. Well, that's given that NPR universally spends $4,000 on their microphones and have insane production levels on their audio. I love that I even sound like somebody on NPR, let alone, you know, I have the tonality of it. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, that Two Rabbit. Oh, that indigenous versus native versus folks combo drives me nuts. But we discussed that. Folks is the single greatest argument against anarchism. There's no way an anarchist came up with folks. I'm calling it now. That's for sure a leftist, but I don't think it was an anarchist. Or at least I sure hope it wasn't. Have you been moonlighting as an, you know, I know like my boyfriend, you know, I know when black people do that a lot, like this motherfucker better not be black. This motherfucker better not be black. You know, there's some shit goes down and they're like, please don't be black, you know, because the system will represent you, the group through that one person. Minorities know this, feeling well, that you got one crazy motherfucker do some shit and all of a sudden you're all having to answer for that. Well, anarchists feel the same way as well as a minority political group. Like, don't be us. Don't be us. You know, somebody threw a brick through a Starbucks window. I swear to God, if it's somebody wearing black bloc outfit and we're carrying an anarchy symbol, I'm going to go smack some motherfuckers. Yeah.
See, but like, we get that too. I mean, you know,
Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh, look, there's a native person that's on a street corner and they're drunk and all homeless and looking real rugged.
Yep. Now you're all drunks and homeless and can't hold down a job. And yep.
Yeah. We're either home, you know, we're drunks and drug addicts. You know, we're just horrible people.
Yep.
And we're stuck with that. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Like I get on the Twitter and such. Native is used within a context, but for fuck's sake, no, traditional tribe used the term indigenous. They asked who your mom was or your dad. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Rabbit. Exactly. We, you know, that's a normal thing. We would ask who your mom is, who your dad is.
So can we do a trade? Can we do a trade? Can like us whites that like would just like everybody else who wasn't of a native people, can we take indigenous off your hands and we'll trade you something? What do you guys want? let's hammer this deal out live on Twitch. We're gonna fix this issue once and for all. So we have a
you better get in here then.
So we have a term for those of us that are fucked just by being born here.
Any other natives in the chat you might want to get in here?
Look, we're gonna fucking sign an official treaty of Twitch, the Twitch Treaty of 2020.
The Twitch Treaty of 2020.
Tell you what, we'll even do you Canadians a solid.
I would have to say something like that. It's just within our way of life.
Give them founders. Ooh, I like that. You guys want founders?
Like what? We're the founders?
Yeah. Like the founding fathers all that time. Nope. Sorry, you don't get to call them the founders anymore. Y'all can have founders.
Yeah, but that implies that we came here from someplace.
Well, you did.
Yeah, way back in like
Well,
when
if
the
that's
Earth was on,
well, okay, you know.
and we all climbed out of the primordial ooze from Pandora's box. But that's like way too long back to be talking about, you know, you
Damn
know
it.
what I mean?
Two Rabbit, you need to be on the general council then, God damn it. The originals. You want OG? We'll give you OG.
Rabbit, I love you, bro.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
don't know.
good
I
one.
don't know why you're not empowered to do that, Rabbit. Like you need on that council then. I need it in.
Okay, first things first. To bring you into the whole entire tribe is one thing that you would need like a big, council and everybody sitting down, right? As to adopt you as a family member, that's another story.
The Northerners seem to be doing okay with First Nations. I'm a big fan of First Nations and First Peoples. I like the abstraction involved in it. I know I don't really get a say, but I think First People fucking sure as hell sums up what the hell we're trying to say.
Yeah, like we do a lot of First Nations or First Peoples.
Yeah, I
I say
stole that from Canada. I like it. But it's just a
But I think in that kind of a context, it's. I can't speak for every
Yes,
single
you can.
tribe. No, I can't.
Learn from the white man. You're totally what we do. It's
Yeah,
like
well,
on behalf
I
of white
can't.
people everywhere.
I can't do that. That's not. I don't have that right.
Yeah, no, yeah, we need to do a language trade. Yes, exactly. Sue is the official ambassador of all Native Americans throughout all time and space.
Oh God! Do not make me the official ambassador. Okay? I have not been voted in by all the as that.
I heard
so
you. I
cannot
heard.
do it.
I heard that you had. I don't know. I read it somewhere. Some guy was talking about it.
No, bro, I'm not AIM. That's Native Youth Movement. Better than AIM.
Oh, the American Indian Movement. All right. 68. All right. Wait, what's
So what did you hear? Where did you hear this shit?
I just heard it, the other day. It was just a guy in passing. I saw it online, saw it mentioned, that you were the official representative of all Native peoples throughout all time and space. It's gonna be, it's just something I heard, and now, Venom Jesus, I read it as well. It's true, and see, you now have multiple people that people in Twitch chat now can go and say, yeah, no, I heard. In a fucking channel, like a couple of people said it that Lost Sioux is the official. See, this is how the right wing and Trump specifically operates. Like this is definitely how those circles spread their ideas. As I heard it.
I'm okay. Now thank you for that honor of call. I greatly appreciate the honor of that title, but I cannot own that title.
Well, too late. Yep, read it on the
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly right. You're gonna be so confused.
Mudvayne thinks they heard it on some CNN segment. Critical Cut read it on the official an official post on Facebook.
Oh, come on now, guys.
See, we're just gonna vault you into that position one way or the other.
You can't do that. You can't do that to me. Yes, I spent a better portion of my adult life
Here's to Sue.
learning my culture back, but I am by no means
Here's
Oh,
cheers. Here's to the ambassador, Sue.
oh God.
Yeah, and exactly, Rabbit. I think we all know if it's on Facebook, it's gotta be true. I'm gonna call you brother ambassador from now on.
Twin Rabbit, please come save me, bro.
I think he's gonna throw you under the bus on this one because it's funny. Humor always takes precedence. God, I wish a lot of people would learn that, especially on the left. That if you got a good bit rolling, don't step on it. Fucking. So what's
Like literally though, did someone actually say that
no,
was the?
no. I'm literally just creating a conspiracy theory.
Oh, okay, okay. Good.
Yeah, I
Good.
invented it out of thin air, very much like most of this shit gets invented out of thin air. But now we have multiple people swearing that they heard it.
Oh Lord. So now this is gonna go out all.
Well, I mean, when somebody sees you in chat in somebody else's chat and they call you, the ambassador or representative for all native peoples throughout all time and space, yeah, it'll become a meme. It's a Critical Cut. I'm retweeting it right now. Just like you can catch Meat Trey's face, his emote randomly in other people's channels. Like Beck, 6 foot ant has said, like, they'll be in some random chat and there's Meat Trey's face being pumped into chat. And so yeah, this is how that sort of shit happens. Yeah, it's out there, no way back. More leftist conspiracy theories. I know, right? We need more. We need to take back that space so we can detoxify it a little bit.
No, because okay, don't do that. And Critical Cut, please don't do that. 'Cause
They're
then you're gonna
joking.
have all the indigenous people
They're joking.
sitting back going, "Who's lost Sue?" And then I'm gonna be asked 1,001 questions.
Welcome-
And then I'm gonna have to explain.
Welcome to exactly what every leftist who advocates for any form of incrementalism is used to. How dare you fucking, you're clearly speaking on behalf of everybody and you're not allowed to have your own opinion. Yeah.
It's not that I'm allowed to have my own. It's not that I'm not allowed to have my own opinion. That's never in the question. It's how dare I be all of a sudden this ambassador or spokesperson for all Native Americans.
Just blame the white man. I love that Betray's girlfriend asked him out of nowhere why the hell his face was looking at her from a random chat she was in. Yeah, that's just the mimetic spread. That happens.
Yeah.
I remember when 9/11 conspiracy was a leftist thing and the right came and made it about the Jews. I remember when it was non-secular. Like, I remember when it was just, not attributed to, it was, party agnostic. It was neither left nor right. Let's see. All right, I want to scroll back a ways and follow this, like, cat venom conversation. Because this has been going for a while. All right. I think, well, look at what Trump has done, banning critical race theory from academic institutions under some faux guise of combating racism, Marxism, and anti-American sentiments, which, by the way, is terrifying. Welcome to the second Red Scare. If allowed to play with hate speech laws, we could have 100% seen BLM crushed and branded as a hate symbol. We almost saw that. This isn't niche censorship scenario. And then Venom comes back, says, I don't think that's how precedents for hate speech law tend to work out. If anything, banning hate speech makes it harder for people like Trump to flourish. Not in America. I mean, yeah. I think given the American history and involvement, especially of the status quo within racist and oppressive areas, I mean, the police Some of those who burn crosses also work at forces. Let me just sum it up in a Rage Against the Machine lyric, right? Right? Like there has long been an interlace between the halls of governance and the policing institutions in America and racist, oppressive rhetoric and ideological implementation.
Although, honestly, though, if that was to be out there, I'm pretty sure I'd probably all of a sudden see tons of people all of a sudden checking out my fucking my
Yeah, oh, you'd
streams.
you'd get a lot of traction out of that.
I'm sure I would, but that's not the kind of traction that
No such thing as bad publicity.
I. Oh yeah, Hollywood taught us that, right?
It's
Any publicity is good publicity.
Madison Avenue, yeah, the advertising industry, especially specifically Edward Bernays.
Yeah.
But let me go back. All right, Kat, you're telling me white American politicians would look at BLM and not feel threatened by the question it poses towards the status quo. Venom says they would, but you'd have to believe the mere existence of hate speech laws would be enough of a precedent for this to follow. I studied law outside of America, and I honestly don't think that's how it works. Kat, I think I've seen enough Republicans and Republican politicians say BLM and affirmative action is reverse racism to know that they'd give it the old college try. I'm in that camp as well. They would. Yeah,
BLM was designated as a terrorist group.
I mean,
Trump did that.
Yeah, I mean it's you know, oh yeah, they try, but it's not like the Republicans are beholden to by actual legal precedents. The courts would be the ones to decide that kind of stuff. You mean the courts that were just packed with over 200 litmus test by purity tested McConnell appointees? Those courts, the ones that have a stacked Supreme Court, those courts, yeah, I'd really hold my breath on that one. Yeah, exactly, Rabbit. There's got to be some conspiracies you find truth in. Operation Mockingbird, perhaps. Mockingbird isn't. See, this is the thing. There are conspiracy theories of the modern bent, and then there are conspiracies plain and simple, right? Conspiracy theories tend to be a whole fucking ballgame. Conspiracies exist. How do you think fucking corporate mergers happen? You know, I mean, this is just brass tacks. So Mockingbird, Paperclip, MK Ultra 2, they're all verified. They're all real. I mean, these are verified governmental conspiracies that at varying levels involved private industry as well. So, you know, it's conspiracy theories that more often than not I have a problem with because of the lengths that speculative thinking and intuitive logic will go to justify its existence without providing very much empirical evidence. So, you know, are there conspiracies I find truth in? Yeah, basically all of the proven conspiracies that exist, and there's a laundry list. There's this shopping. There's a supermarket full of conspiracies, basically, just all lining the shelves, and motherfuckers are out back, like, you know, trying to create shit, and you're like, you do realize there's a store full of this stuff in there that you could be pulling off the shelf at random and be like, yep, there's one. Yep, there's another one. There's no need to go to the lengths that most conspiracy theorists do go to. That's, you know.
So, from now on, Kai, is that you'd have to introduce yourself and who your parents are, who your grandparents are.
Ugh.
And then you would have to add it to the factor that you were adopted by lawsuit from the Hunkpapa tribe in Canada.
We'll write that out for me to remember then.
That's how you would properly introduce yourself in Indigenous circles.
My name's Kai. I got a bunch of fucking like rando white people behind me. I was adopted by somebody who matters though. So consider an abbreviated version. Let's
see, in Indigenous way, if you call someone your brother or you adopt them into it, making them a relative, there's no questioning that. there's no one that will question it,
All right. So close the
regardless of the factor that you have, no indigenous background in your bloodline at all.
stupid
That
times.
wouldn't matter. Now you can also say your name as adopted by clan and born of clan. Yeah. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that too.
All right. Yeah, will get me out of this. Will get me out of this shit one way or the other. Fucking- I want it out. I want it out. I don't feel at home in this stuff. I don't feel, I've never felt at home in this system at large. And, yeah. Fucking,
I feel you.
it just, yeah, you at least had something to fall back on that was actually there. Like, I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm actually of this shit. Like,
I was there, man, and sometimes it feels like I'm still there. It's so
why,
I get
proudly declare myself an anarchist all the time. It's like, yeah, not a fan of the other stuff, doing my own thing. If you can manipulate it to make some progress, by all means, but don't point at me when you're pointing at this shit. Fucking, if y'all are ready, I'll be there, but 99% of the people aren't ready, so that progress ain't gonna be made tomorrow. So
See, and that's the problem. Like, I say this all the time, and I say it constantly on my stream. There's a difference between just talking about it and actually putting foot to concrete on it.
yeah, last time I put foot to concrete on it, people weren't ready either. So
Yeah, me too.
yeah, it's there've been false starts through centuries and millennia and generations and generations.
Last time I put foot to concrete and people weren't ready, I ended up being charged and convicted of being
An uppity minority, basically. But there was another term.
it's called what do they call it? What the heck do they call that? It's basically when you go against the government.
Sedition?
That's one part of it.
You got a sedition charge on your rap?
I've had sedition charge. I've had fucking terrorist charge.
Dude, that's
I've
hardcore.
I've had fucking
I'm just a pretty white boy. They did resisting arrest sort of shit they'll attempt on us, but yeah, I've never had charges filed. Like, that's the thing.
the same thing that they did with like Louis Riel. Treason. That's it.
Oh, all right.
I've been charged with treason too.
Indigenous people, that's about par for the course for y'all, though. I got
Just how dare I?
Venom. I got gassed by the police that one time. Good stuff. Oh yeah, indigenous people get hit with all sorts of shit. Venom. They constantly, because they advocate for not this government. I mean, they get hit with the same shit anarchists get hit with a lot of the time, but they tend to be, an ethnic minority, so they get mistreated even further usually. But yeah.
See what happened and why I got charged with treason was at the time I was the war chief for the Métis Nation in British Columbia. And I went to war with child and the government, not only to save one of my daughters from being scooped as well, but basically to put an end to it. And I got slapped with treason because how dare I?
I'm literally, it happens all over the world. I'm like literally just looking at indigenous protesters that get charged with treason. Papua, other places within Indonesia, Canada, fucking Africa, Portland.
See, the other thing that they do, and because I've seen a lot of brothers, is if they can't get you one way, that includes giving you false charges of
Oh, yeah.
whatever.
That's why resisting arrest exists.
Yeah.
That's why that charge exists. It's a catch-all. It's just, oh, he was resisting arrest.
Yeah. Here in Brazil, we're doing a light genocide against it.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know how you can say. I don't know how anyone can really say light genocide.
Oh, you know, it's like you know, in between breakfast and lunch, you get a little brunch in. You know, you get a little genocide in, right? You know, it's just you fit it into your schedule. It's just 30 minutes every day. It's no big deal. Maybe once a week. You know, light genocide.
Yeah, light genocide. Yeah. But to remember, flirt with the officer aggressively. They can't claim you were resisting.
Here's the problem that I've found over the years, and this is gonna it's gonna come off one way or another. Either way, God help you if you get a female officer.
Yeah, because then you get slammed with sexual harassment.
Oh no, not even the flirting. The encounters that I've had, both personally in my familial circle and let's say professionally, dealing with police, they're in a male-dominated field and they're out to prove something.
Yeah, without a doubt.
And it is scary sometimes. Like, it's always scary, don't get me wrong. But yeah, tactics like that to rabbit don't always work. And sometimes it is terrifying.
I actually met back in the Yahoo days, the Yahoo days.
Yahoo.
Yeah. I actually met a female cop online that was from the States, and she used to tell me about how much her husband, to a cop, used to beat the shit out of her.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 40%. 40%. They have one of the highest domestic assault rates of any profession.
Yeah. And no one is sitting back and looking at that and going, wait a minute, maybe we need to do something.
It's I'm a fan of saying that they take their work home with them.
Yeah.
That's just, that's what they do. They take their work home with them. Venom saying in Brazil.
Yeah, full figured. The husband was a cop.
Of course. Venom saying that in Brazil, the female officers are scary as fuck there as well. Yeah. And I mean, Brazil. Oof. Turns out when your whole life is being a violent piece of shit, you internalize it. Imagine that. What a concept.
See, in certain circles, they make jokes about how cops were the kids in school that used to get bullied.
Yep. Yeah.
Or that they have small dicks, so therefore they're just taking out that factor that everyone else has a bigger dick than them through a badge.
Yes, and violent people are attracted to violent professions. Weird. Yeah. And speaking of random violence, apropos of not really of this, but oh god, I don't remember what the fucking town was. Let me try and find it.
I know a few cops. Literally, I swear, were on the roid.
Oh yeah, no, that's common. That's common. That's super common. Yeah, steroid usage within the police ranks is actually very common. Yeah.
And that's not an occupation where roids is needed. It should be highly frowned upon and literally never happen, because anyone who's ever done roids or Thing about it.
University of Texas Press, John Hoberman, Hoberman, wrote a book called "Dopers in Uniform: The Hidden World of Police on Steroids." If you want to read about this, yeah, and there's other groups that have done done studies into it as well. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a big thing.
Yeah, and that's a profession that roid rage never needs to be into.
Oh, for sure. Venom saying, imagine an overweight 200-pound American police officer, 200-pound roid-raged American police officer charging in your direction.
Yeah, exactly right.
Repent. Radical by the Oxford Dictionary definition is fundamental or systemic change, especially that within a political system. That's what I advocate for, fundamental or systemic change within a political system. That is the definition of radical. So my ranking on Twitch politics right now is inconsequential as to why I attempt to reclaim the term radical. I want the term back because the American populace especially has been propagandized into this positional belief that somebody like Hillary Clinton is a radical leftist. Hillary Clinton is anything but. I want the word back. So yeah. I am proudly radical. I do advocate for fundamental or systemic change within a political system. I advocate for doing it through what I refer to as a Thucydian incrementalism, which is a whole other ballgame, but I do advocate for fundamental change. And this is radical. So yeah, my positional ranking in Twitch politics sub channel really doesn't play into that. Yeah.
So you're the most popular stream in the politics section on Twitch right now?
Probably.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I don't know why you're not partner yet.
Yeah, I need my average up. Yeah, I need my average up. And one of these days
I don't know why you don't have 50,000 fucking people watching at any given moment. Like seriously.
This is radical politics because streamer likes skateboards. Yes, right? Rock on. Hey, thank you for the follow, Venom. Skateboards, no knee pads, only elbow pads, no helmet even. Momo and 2Rabbit. And Rabbit. Yeah. So what exactly would I need to do to meet your definitional requirements of radical? And chances are I will not meet them. But the fact that you call me mainstream, as can be, in an era where we have things like CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News, is laughable, as evidenced by Sue literally giggling at the idea of me being mainstream. Yes, Venom. Yes, the mainstream political ideology of anarchism. Legitimately.
I don't know how you get mainstream in anarchism. I don't know how. Boring Hong Kong man. Cross the line, you will be. Who's a boring Hong Kong man? Me, who you after now?
I don't know. Meat does get around, so there is potential that one of these individuals he has interacted with on another channel. And to be fair, you guys did elect radical anarchist Joe Biden. Famous and calm. Yeah. Okay, different chat. Fair enough.
Oh, okay. Meet somewhere else.
Too bad I'm not a kid and I'm not an ANCOM. I'm an anarchist. But hey, and I've been that way for longer than these kids have been alive. It's getting to the point where, they're Cat, my mod. I've been an anarchist longer than Cat's been alive. Like that's a for real thing. I'm 38.
Youngster?
Yeah.
Youngster?
Yeah, I know. You got a decade on me. But yeah, we're both we're not getting any closer to 18, are we?
No.
Thank you. Thank you,
Although
Venom.
if I can ever manage to pull off finding myself an 18-year-old girlfriend,
God, that'd be my nightmare, an 18-year-old boyfriend. Jesus Christ. Fucking, just send me pictures. Not even video. I don't even want to hear you talk. Just send me pictures.
I don't want to hear the dumb shit you say. Just shut up and listen.
Yeah, as Two Rabbit put it the other day, somebody that age is for entertainment purposes only.
Well, you can always train them. Like I'm on now.
Yeah, I don't have time. I don't have time for that.
Train.
I have a perfectly acceptable boyfriend who, I adore, and he accepts me for all of my quirks and weirdnesses. So I don't have time for any of that shit. Don't want to start from scratch.
All good, meat.
Fucking Angie. People also view radical anarchists as destructive Antifa. I don't even know what to. I don't have enough time in the rest of my life to unpack that statement. To be perfectly honest, I'm just gonna brush past it and move on. Repent said no. That was clear enough. CNN, MSNBC, Fox, all not mainstream anymore, though. What is mainstream news then? What is mainstream political discourse?
Venom Jesus.
Yeah.
Most of the people I grew up with all wore black clothes, but that was the style back in the day.
My partner was.
When I got my hands on.
There you go. Hey, Submatifa. Submatifa, or Submatifa, which depending on which pronunciation I'm preferring that day, but hey there. Fox, CNN, etc. are seen as fake news and boomer sources. Okay, so what's mainstream? You didn't answer the question. You just sort of deflected into what isn't. Define what is, please. Apparently, yeah, Venom. 44 viewers. I mean, yeah. About my average. I average around 50 these days, but 40, mid 40s. Apparently I'm presently at 44 viewer streamer. He's more relevant for mainstream discourse than MSNBC. Somebody call Rachel Maddow, and let her know. She's been supplanted. She's been replaced. I want her time slot. There's people I need to talk to, speak directly to, and if Maddow is no longer relevant, maybe it's time for her to be replaced by somebody who's more relevant. I will gladly take that position and the health care that goes along with that position, because she's got some platinum grade health care that goes along with that shit. Hey, thank you for the gift, and Abattoir 143 gifting to Submatifa a tier 1 sub. So congratulations, Submatifa, and thank you, Abattoir.
Yeah. Cool. Submatifa. Cool.
It seems like this perspective is one I see everywhere. Well, congratulations, you're running in the correct circles. But you may not like the rest of my explanation because I am an anarchist. Fundamentally, end state, not tomorrow, because I advocate progressivism. I advocate for Thesaugian incrementalism. But fundamentally, the state should be removed. End state. Collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy or horizontal organizational structure in the philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms throughout society. And where they fail to meet that challenge, the dismantling or replacement thereof. Venom, only if you can do it without genocide. And I don't think you can advocate, right now, I don't think you could pull it out without a heavy dose of violating the NAP and involving authoritarianism. And as an anarchist, I can't abide that.
I think no matter how you look at it, these dogs that we're trying to uh, remove, how like, or better yet, rabid dogs
Yeah.
that we're trying to fix this problem with, I don't think are going to go quietly and silently, no matter what we do, no matter how we approach it.
I think that before you even have that conversation, that you need a percentage gain. Yeah, you need a percentage gain. I mean, it's not even 1% that you could probably talk to in that degree, in that regard. And the goal, at least, should be to minimize harm to society by extension, but to the individual by extension, society.
There's a mass load of us indigenous people that don't have that fear or issue with having to literally um, use whatever force necessary or whatever means necessary um, to get rid of. But that's a whole different subject matter
Yeah,
because
it's one we don't
we're
talk about. Um,
yeah,
but
because we've been fighting terrorism here on Turtle Island for over 500 years.
um, I
You know what I mean, bro?
yeah, I adore the attempted slight. That in my early 20s I read Kropotkin, so I get that. The implication that you grew out of it, that you grew up, and therefore you threw away childish thinking. Whether you intended it that way or not, it is a subconscious attempt at implying that. Venom, do you subscribe to the idea of revolution as a means of self-defense? Do I subscribe to it? No, but I understand it. I grasp that context, and I understand how one could actively argue for it. Yeah, I would say that you, in your attempt to defend oneself in conducting a violent revolution, would probably end up violating the NAP against people who otherwise weren't actively harming you. They were merely caught up. Jesus Christ, Google, I get it. Policy change. They were merely caught up in the same captured, oppressive, authoritarian system as you. And you have now harmed your brother or sister in this struggle as a side effect of your revolutionary or insurrectionary act. And in doing so, you adopt the same mentality as our oppressors, that a percentage of collateral damage is acceptable, that civilians are going to die one way or the other, and we just, as long as it stays under 15%, they're good with it.
I wouldn't.
I find that
I wouldn't go as far as that underlying thought pattern. Being that I would not want any who has nothing to do with it being harmed in any way, shape, or form, other than I don't what we're already going to get anyways. I mean, acceptable losses in a factor of actually having an outright war to get rid of these greed mongers. I mean, what do we say in native land, Rabbit? It's a good day to die.
Yeah, that's not going to win you any arguments.
But you know what I mean, though, Kai? Like
I do, but this is contextually, I understand it. I just think that for a position of advocacy, especially within a modern context in North America, it's an untenable position to adopt, and quite frankly, brings the heat down on you a lot faster than anything else.
Well, I'm fully aware of that. Like I said before,
yeah,
I've already been slapped with treason. What more do they fucking can do?
So, well, they got you in the system, and that's what they wanted. They wanted you to stay there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, this is why I advocate for this. And you keep in mind, when we're talking about things like climatological or anthropogenic climatological effects and changes, I mean, I already accept we're fucked on that regard. Like, there's no pulling that one out. We're going to have climate collapse of some sort, to some extent, in the near to mid future. And so we're going to have a whole host of opportunities and moments that we could potentially seize upon for reform in those instances, and we should plan and for them for that to occur. But the fact of the matter is that between now and then, if the situation isn't there yet, then you can't utilize it as yet. But you can plan for it, and I'm fine with that.
Exactly. Rabbit's got it exactly right. My people are fine with haggling. We love mutual benefit.
Yeah, because you guys predate currency systems.
Exactly.
And Venom. See, this is how I feel the flip side. Like, we just, like, oh, I get it. I may not agree, but I get it. And my agreement or disagreement therein is temporally founded, right? What is necessary, what I see as necessary today is not what I'll see as necessary in next year, right? If you found your ideological principles in a static position rather than that one of dynamism, then you've already lost, because the situation's going to change in a moment, right?
Yep.
You need to be able to change your rhetoric. You need to be able to change your tactics, your style of direct action. All of these things need to change on a dime if necessary. And so, yeah, all of my stuff is temporally contextualized. So what I advocate for tomorrow versus next week versus next year versus 10 years are entirely separate things. And if there is a moment where there is true climatological collapse, which has a knock-on effect of economic collapse, then yeah, shit's already broken. It's already falling down. You might as well build something better, right?
Exactly.
But I have a sneaking suspicion that at the cost of developing nations and vulnerable persons, a significant portion of Western countries are going to prop themselves up for quite a few years to come. Just basing that off their historical track record. It's what we do. So if it means we need to strip mine all of Africa, guess what? We're strip mining all of Africa. It's absolutely ridiculous, but I mean, that is the sort of world we live in, as it were. Good to know, Rabbit.
Rabbit's exactly what Rabbit's saying.
I think the disagreements about revolution are not a deal breaker. Material conditions aren't even near that point, so we should focus on improving them. Venom, we're on the same page, right? I'm not opposed to it in certain theories, in certain theoretical situations, as it were. But as I said, and as you agree, we're not there at this moment. And so we should be utilizing the apparatus, as it were, to mitigate harm as much as we can. We can steal back that system and use it to a certain extent here and there and everywhere if we're really clever. But again, people lack vision. I go back to that so often. People lack vision. They can't see it. They can't see the world beyond capitalism.
And there's so much in the world beyond capitalism.
As an anarchist, how do you see society organizing itself? What better is to be built? Non-hierarchical societal structure, classist structure, a heterarchy rather than a hierarchy. Something where everyone is actually treated with equity and equality. Yeah, rabbit, luxury space communism. Luxury space, queer luxury, gay luxury space communism. Well, see that there right there. How can that be enforced in an anarchist society? Already you've lost the fucking thread.
See, they seem to have this concept that anarchism means that there's no nothing, just anarchy, which means all out chaos, no nothing. That's the common said principle that they seem to clip onto. They can't seem to step out of that and take a real look at what anarchism really is.
Make the people be free. Exactly, Rabbit.
Exactly. Rabbit's right. Rabbit's
It's
wise, rabbit's good.
It's a natural state of being to start with. As I point out to people, anarchism existed before the term anarchism existed. It will exist after the term anarchism is used to reference to it. It's a natural state of being. Everything else we're doing is artificial to one extent or another. Anarchism. You know what? Nobody has fucking redeemed shit tonight. Hold on. Hey, Fiend. How do you hierarchy without hierarchy? I like that, Fiend. Oh, my God. Fucking, I haven't been stretching and shit. Oh, Jesus. Goddamn Christ. I'm fucking old, Sue. I'm fucking old, Rabbit.
Welcome to our world.
Oh, I've been here for a while.
You're still wet behind the ears, bro.
Fucking. Don't gatekeep being old. Oh, we got a purity tester. We got one. As you got one. Schmaler, Shalmar, sorry. Utilizing
the apparatus to mitigate harm is legitimization of it. You're allowing your political movement to be subsumed under capitalism's political system. Wow.
Yeah, this is a belief that any operation within that system is a legitimization of that system, and that you cannot then it delegitimizes any of your other ideologies or practices or praxis or direct action that you take action in. Right? Here's the thing. Let me guess. You just typed that from what? A computer or a cell phone? Right? You built it yourself, right? Using wood that you harvested yourself. Or I'm guessing that you utilize for your advocacy and your operation and your direct action and your organization components that were born of this system, of this neoliberal hyper-capitalistic system. Even the food produced was produced under an agricultural system that is literally dependent upon this. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. You're undermining your own argument by typing that to me through the internet over Twitch AWS RAN services. I mean, you failed your own purity test.
Let's face it. We all know in reality, us native people know it very well. Ethical. Who was talking about ethical? Oh, okay. I was just about to say, but it looks like they're not really here.
Oh no! This is classic like Puritanism, belonging to the left.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You realize if you're gonna do that Puritanism belonging to the left shit, you also have someone that's sitting here that's an indigenous person. So before you start talking your Puritan shit, shut the fuck up.
No, not that kind of, just basic purity tests. Venom, post-capitalism models are literally just ideals to strive for. Repent, demon. let's see. Hang on. Is it somebody fucking? Oh, okay. As far as current societies go, there's a lot of fat to be cut, especially when it comes to our unproductive de facto lords. We can fix that and go from there. Lovely. Definitely the type of rhetorical device and dialectical engagement that sways minds. That would be sarcasm. Utilizing what's called the welfare state. Thank you. Two Rabbit got there a little faster than I did. Two Rabbit was already typing. That. There. Nope. Over here. That. Read that. The utilization of social services in the welfare state to be able to provide food and healthcare at a scope and scale that mutual aid networks are not ready to do. This is the thing. Are we literally in a position to provide mutual aid healthcare yet for 340 million people? Are you going to
technically could.
I mean, technically we could, but realistically?
Realistically, we could if people actually.
So we're not in that position.
No, because we have too many people that have this dumb fucked idea.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And we advocate and literally talk about that all the time, about how changing minds, hey, thank you for the follow, HD Dune, about how changing minds is the way to go. But the fact of the matter is if somebody's dying on the street tomorrow and we can utilize and subsume a system that is otherwise fails our ethical and moral tests, but we can utilize it to help people, we have a moral obligation to do so as anarchists, as communists, as socialists, as any form of leftist across the board. And I am far from the only anarchist that believes this. It is literally, I read it all the time. Like, I mean, it's
Here's the great thing about this movement.
purity tests.
Anyways, yeah. I guess they left.
No, I know what it means, motherfucker. It means to place within as a subset. That's what subsub means. It means to place within as a subset. I want to place an anarchistic ideology within the greater system as a subset and grow it like a seedling. But hey, maybe you've already left. If so, I'm just talking to the void again.
Oh, dude. See, I hate when people come and they talk shit and they try to do this purity test shit when they don't even know what the fucking left is.
They constantly, I mean, that's the thing. And I mean, this is why I have the no purity test, which, by the way, you know what? There, gone. Violated Rule 3 multiple times. These type of people are damaging. They are harmful to the rhetoric and the discourse that the left needs to be engaged in. They are perfectionists. They are all or nothingists. They constantly lose sight of all progress for this utopian perfection that they have in their mind. And they are, in no small part, a significant reason why the left makes no progress.
See, and that's the other thing, too, is that they forget there would not be a left or a movement if it wasn't for us indigenous people.
Let's see.
Because the land that you're sitting your ass on belongs to us, Native people.
Well,
rightfully so. Doesn't belong anywhere else.
It belongs to the Mother Earth, but...
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, that was a pretty capitalistic claim you made, Stu. I
Well,
think you,
you know,
I think you might
sometimes
get
you
that
gotta-
ambassadorship revoked if you're not careful.
Sometimes you have to use the words that they understand and comprehend. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, trust me, I know
Because
what you mean.
clearly, when we say, well, we belong to the earth, not the earth belongs to us, they don't understand that, and they use that as
Hey,
a form of.
we got a solid dog whistle in the house.
I don't think you understand harm reduction as a distraction. Like helping people is a flaw in your desire.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Two Rabbit, I always demonstrate it as stepping over a homeless person because you can't build them a house.
Indigenous people of the world. Oh my God, Venom. Oh my God, Venom. Please tell me you didn't write that shit.
Well, let's say it on the air that all the land belongs to the Chancellor Sue of the United Indigenous People of the World. Yes, Momo, how dare we try and help people? And see, this is the thing. There is this subgroup of anarchists that is perfectly willing to forego their moral responsibilities for harm reduction in this pursuit of a greater vision. And I always liken it to stepping over to a homeless person because you can't build them a house.
Like, you could if you wanted to.
Well, I mean, even whether you could or couldn't isn't the point. There's other things you could do to make their life more tolerable, short of building them a house. Like, okay, so you don't have the resources necessary to go out and buy somebody a house or build them a house tomorrow. But can you get them a hot meal today? Yes. Well, that would be nice. But
that would be a start.
You literally just fuck them because we have bigger visions. We have a grander vision. And, giving them a hot meal today doesn't fit into it. I want to build an entire housing, a tract of housing and house everybody. And if I can't do that, then everything short of that is just contributing to this, the furthering of this oppressive system, and therefore it justifies its existence.
Mate Kai came up with this idea and statement that I am now the ambassador.
All native people throughout all time and space.
Yeah.
Wait, I went to the bathroom and didn't catch the convo in the middle. We're talking about this. Venom, there was somebody in chat that fucking basically any, yeah, they were hitting me from the left, Venom, that any interaction with the state mechanism or electoralism is a justification of that system and validates it therein, and thus undermines my position as a quote unquote anarchist. And so and they're willing to eschew all moral integrity, purity test leftists. They're all the same. They're all the same. You get a leftist who's willing to roll out a purity test and it immediately fucking turns into that shit. If we can't create utopia, everything short of that justifies the existence of the system, and you're part of the problem.
Yeah, Rabbit. Yeah, exactly. See, you want to know what being a leftist is? When you're walking down the street and you see someone homeless, you buy them something to eat. That's the core, purest finding thing that you can do as a leftist.
I mean, this is why the anarchistic organization of Food Not Bombs exists, is, medicine and food. This is something anarchists constantly, we've talked about it time and time again. If there's a street medic at your rally, at your protest, chances are they're an anarchist. If there's somebody handing out food, chances are they're an anarchist. Like, this is a very common thing within the anarchistic community. But then we have, like I said, this virulent subset that are nothing more than they're the same as religious fundamentalists, and they have this vision of what it's supposed to be, and they are so obsessed with it that they are willing to cause active harm in this pursuit of it. And it's every time. That's why I have Rule 3, no purity tests. Knock that shit off. And that person violated it. So, on their way out, like, fucking ban them. Fuck them. Leftists who tell other leftists to reject all existing systems and ignore others' plight are just trying to excuse their own callousness. It is, as you said earlier, Venom, it's profoundly stupid. And not just profoundly stupid, but profoundly callous and just mean and short-sighted to the nth degree. The level of naivete that one has to have in their life. Like, it's the behavior of children. It's the behavior of children. This is not something an adult a way an adult should behave. Yes, then you missed a golden opportunity, Venom. The words harm reduction is a distraction were actively stated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's the thing. Like, you walk in Walmart or wherever, and you see someone sitting there trying to figure out how the fuck they're going to count if they got enough change. And I mean like chump change, like pennies, nickels, quarters, dimes, 50-cent piece, whatever, to try and get up enough to afford their medicine. Yet you're sitting there with more than enough to cover that in your pocket. And you just walk past like, oh, fuck them.
Angie, it's
you're
not
talking about.
Good.
I was just gonna say, but then you're talking like, how you're all about. Well, if we could put this government and change it and get rid of it and bring in actual healthcare for people and things like that, well, that would change the whole entire system. But you're not doing anything yourself to walk towards it. You're just babbling out of your ass.
And you're actively ignoring somebody who you could help right now.
Exactly.
But hey, you'd be using capitalism to do it. That makes you part of the problem.
You know what Anonymous is?
Oh, yeah.
And I don't mean the ones that sit back and talk about really wild out there fucking conspiracy theories. I'm talking about the ones that actually do shit.
Yeah.
That'll do there and go through a march and walk and fill their hat up with change.
Angie, it's not that they are anarchists because they're giving out medicine and food. It's that more often than not, when you're at a protest and you find somebody feeding people and you find somebody as a street medic, talk to them about their political ideology. They will be an anarchist. It's not that they're automatically an anarchist because they're giving out food or medical care. It's that within this sort of segment of society that is actively engaged and is conducting direct action, there is a whole host and spectrum of political ideologies. You will find communists and socialists and indigenous rights activists and LGBT people, activists, and a whole host, this wide spectrum. But specifically, walk up to the table that's handing out food. Walk up to the person who is a street medic and talk to them about their political ideology. More often than not, they're anarchists. Because this is it's a highly correlated thing with anarchism. It's one of the things that we give a shit about, and we can see how we can improve it. And so improve it. But if I can find a way to use electoralism to provide health care on a grand scale, my moral imperative behooves me to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If using that system at the moment, because that's all we have at the moment, to enable it on a grander scale, to enact a complete state or countrywide healthcare for all, then there should be never any question what it is.
Libertarian, humanitarian. Classical libertarian, I have no problem with. Neolibertarian American libertarianism has been too infected by objectivism, i.e., the Randian philosophy, but don't know what you
I knew
ascribe
a
to.
young lady who was a lesbian, and she was a hardcore feminist. So she sat down and we started talking. After a little while, she turned around and said, when we go, hey, look, it's a feminist. I'm not a feminist anymore. I'm a humanitarian.
Yeah. Let's go hardcore. Abort, Sue. Abort.
No, I'm just saying.
No,
because
it's.
the reality is very simple.
I told you not to die on this hill, Mitre says. Venom. If I could scream that from the mountaintop, I would, if I could like God voice project that into people's fucking heads, I would. Like, you have no idea how much, like, I agree with that statement. And it is, I find that I have more friction from my own political sphere about that statement than I do the opposing team, right? If you look at what's antithetical to anarchism, they give me less flack for that opinion, which we'll read out in case somebody can't see it or whatever reason. Basically help people however you can, pull all the levers, be them electoral or with direct action. You have a moral imperative to harm reduction, to reduce suffering. Life sucks. It's a long travail. There's a lot of high points, but there's a lot of low points. And anything we can do to mitigate that for our fellow human beings and all of the other living creatures on this planet, by the way, we should be doing. And it just drives me up a fucking wall. This is heated, Kai. I have gone on these rants before. I hate those people. I really do. I hate the purity test anarchists and leftists. They drive me batshit insane because of the damage they do. Not just to the dialectic or the rhetoric of the left, right? Like, it causes further fracturing and subdivisions in the left, which we don't need. We don't need. We need to be running a big tent, not a fucking, oh, you don't fit under my tent fucking sort of thing. We need to be running a big tent. So it sub-fractures that. But they literally do harm. Like, actual real-world harm. They drive me nuts. Like I said, they are the type of people that say, oh, well, you can't use that system to alleviate suffering because it legitimizes the system. Oh, so should I just let them die of, like, not having access to insulin? Because do you have a mutual aid network the size of which can take care of insulin purchasing for this entire nation? No? You don't have that? Oh, interesting.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. How about then we do what we can do and do the other stuff as well? Pisses me off to no end every fucking time. And it always comes from our side. Go ahead, Sue. Rant over.
Okay. So, Meat, what is anonymous? I'll tell you what anonymous is. Every time you walk down the street and you see a homeless person sitting there, that's anonymous. That's a real anonymous. Do you know why? Because they're a ghost.
They don't exist in the system.
Huh?
They don't exist in the system.
Exactly. That's anonymous. Oh, whatever that was. Featuring 238 biddies.
For rant over.
For rant over. So when you're walking down the street and you see that person, remember that. Because no one else on this fucking planet, I bet you, takes a moment to think about it. Hey, wait a minute. This system completely fucked them. and left them sitting on a fucking on a street corner with nothing. And yeah, and if you don't have the heart to fucking stop and go, here, bro, need something to eat, if you're worried about them using the money to get booze or drugs, do you need something to eat? Let me go grab you something. Get them something. Or, you know, help them out if they smoke a cigarette. You know what I mean? Simple shit. If you're able to afford to put them up at night, or put them up in a hotel room for a night, it doesn't even have to be a fucking good one.
Hey,
It can be a cheap one.
thank you for the follow.
Welcome, my buddy.
Yeah, all it takes is one militant Puritopian, and you got Kyle fired up. Every time they drive me crazier than any other group. Y'all know how I feel about neolibs. I'd rather live with a neolib than fucking have one conversation with these fucking militant Puritopian types.
I swear to God, if you ask them when was the last time they actually someone poor person,
oh, they very quickly lie.
yeah,
That's what they'll do.
And the truth of it is they don't offer up a single penny out of their pocket.
You know, and it doesn't take money. I mean, you could do any and all. But the fact of the matter is that they're actively advocating for harm increase, not reduction. Yeah. Like, I don't care if a solution comes from that. Live with a neolib. I don't care if, you know, if we can save lives using that system is so toxic that I would rather that vulnerable person die than provide what I see as a doctrinal or ideological support for that system.
See, now here's the thing. So, okay, say we manage to actually meet or to achieve the utopia world that we are looking at achieving. In that sense, where do you think they would be? Would they be in the circle with everyone, or would they be in the circle that reformed school?
Oh, it's these type of God. They're gonna be in the out group. They always place themselves in an out group.
Yeah.
They're inherently that way. And I agree, Mitre. There is more often than not like private schooling or higher education involved in that.
Yeah.
It is largely that sort of mentality.
They're rich kids who want to be cool.
Yeah.
They come jumping over the fence.
Yeah. They're the same thing as born agains, right? When you convert to a religion, they're always more evangelical. They're always more fundamentalist than the ones who were born into it. The ones who were born into it don't take that shit too seriously. But the ones who come to it like when they're 45, all of a sudden are zealots and shit like that. It is that sort of mentality. Yeah, I think to Rabbit, I think my favorite line was, "I've read Kropotkin." Okay, Doke. Does that come with a tea set?
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll be Go ahead.
People like me that have been in the trenches.
Yeah. Yeah, and that
I
I
don't have that higher education that I like actually read broken.
you came to it honestly.
Yeah.
You came to it honestly. And I've spoken about it before. I'm super thankful that all of my friends, minus one, all of my friends growing up were broke as fuck. Like working class, hardcore working class, like you best get a job fucking families, because it grounded me in a way that otherwise I probably would have been one of them.
Yeah.
And I'm super thankful for that. But I mean, yeah, it is usually academia. It's the ivory towers that are advocating for those sort of extremist positions that revolution now. All right, LARPing motherfucker. Like,
Rabbit, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't he take and steal
No, that was Marx.
Indigenous way of life. Well, that was Mark, but didn't Kropotkin have a plot in that?
Kropotkin is he's an anarchist and a socialist, but he's primarily an anarchistic author. Largely, a lot of his ideology comes from. Okay, there's this joke about you wanna create an anarchist, take Russian royalty and put them through the Russian military system, and they come out an anarchist.
Oh God.
Kropotkin is one of those types, privileged, but run through the establishment ringer with that education, and comes out the other side going, I have a few points of critique. So yeah, he, as far as I know, he didn't actively like steal from, but I mean, Rabbit, I want to hear your opinion on this as well, what the vein of inspiration comes from, but he is literally Russian royalty. Marx outright stole it. Kropotkin was the one who basically rewrote Malinowski badly. All right, so yeah. So he's fairly clean in that regard, and he is worth reading. I sincerely do think he's worth reading. But I mean, he's worth reading in the same way that you learn your foundations of cooking, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like that. Like, don't take it for doctrine. Take it as just another. This is why I quote Emma Goldman all the fuck time with that network of ideas quote. And, anarchism isn't a single dogmatic philosophy. It's a network of ideas. And so take it as one terminal within that network. He's fine. So as long as one remembers he was writing in 1902 and all the racism inherent in that period of scholarship. Exactly. Like, you have to contextualize everything, that sort of way. And yeah, exactly. He's just one node in the network, but he's an important node. So it's worth being familiar with. Bakunin, Kropotkin are basically your two sort of major pillars of Eurocentric, anarchism or anarchistic thought that definitely is, always looked into. But, whether it is or isn't.
I'll take Rabbit's word on that when he said that I don't need.
Law. Oh, Venom. Lawyer. If I had to do it over again, I would do a law degree with a minor in political science, and I'd be a hell of a troublemaker. Yeah, if I reran it, if I got to respec, that's what I would do. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I would do well in political science class, because I'd be like, hey, wait a minute. That was stolen from Indigenous. Hey, wait a minute. That was stolen. Wait a minute. I'd be a nightmare for the teacher.
Venom, yeah, definitely the labor sector. Help the unions. Venom, you're Brazil, right? You said that earlier. You're Brazilian. So yeah, you got a whole fucking ball of wax to deal with down there. Let's see. Load the fucking sidebar. Jesus Christ. Who has a niche streamer who's live right now that has like single digits?
What's a niche streamer?
I think somebody who's, out of the way, something that, it's like they're not playing Call of Duty. They're, like, Mitre, we, no. And stop combing for random broads you find online. Jesus Christ, Mitre. Yes, exactly, Venom. Lawyers have more tools. I agree with that. Oh, and they have more tools here in Brazil than America. American labor protections are non-existent. They're actively legislated against. I talk about it all the time. 1947 Taft-Hartley Act, aka the Labor Reform Act. There's literally legislation in place that defangs that sort of thing. Yeah, and lawyers are a great person to have in a mutual aid network. Yeah, you gotta have somebody to send down there to bail everybody out and defend them. Yeah, lawyers are super important. Yeah, if I had it to do over again, I would probably do a law degree with a minor in political science, and like I said, I'd be a hell of a troublemaker. All right, then let me see what we got here.
I don't have any streamer on my list right now that's streaming in the single digits. That's not doing gaming stream.
Oh well, I'm fine depending on what game they're streaming. What do you got?
They went to Cyberpunk 2077. 2077.
What's their name?
Steel Drifter. He's got like 7 people right now. Otherwise, all the rest have like, double digits. Most of it is like World of Warcraft.
Hey, Venom, thank you. Exclamation schedule in chat. Venom will get you the schedule, and also it's on the main channel page. Thank you for the compliment, by the way. Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea about the international situation? Could you be less specific? Which?
Wait a minute. Universal Discourse on.
Which international situation? The international situation as a whole?
Hang on, let me double check something.
Nope, that's not what I wanted.
Oh, never mind. They're not on.
All right, then. Oh, he's still... All right, I know where he is. He's early on in his run. Yeah, he needs to change his stream title. Like China and the United States. Vis-a-vis, apropos of the offshoring of neoliberal hypercapitalism that has allowed a stratification of wealth within the CCP, the likes of which China couldn't have engaged before. The tacit support of slavery via our economic influence within the region, militarism, imperialism, expansionism into the South China Sea, and our combating it thereof, utilizing our Navy and the Marines 2030 purchasing program. I mean, this is a big fucking topic.
That's left for another stream, another day.
So how do you know Steel Drifter?
That one I think friend that I normally watch for. And let me double check to make sure.
Yeah, Oregon harvesting. You could take your pick, really. Here, let's sum it up. Let's all do it. We all know the clip that's coming.
Fuck the Chinese government.
No.
There
you go.
I mean, the other one I know of is watching playing Call of Duty.
Ugh, for fuck's sake. All right, we're doing Steel.
There's Dr. Heimdall.
Nah, no, I'm not rating another political streamer. I'm just gonna. I want to take somebody who has like single digits and give them, a little bit. Hey, Cake.
Yes.
Yeah, Cake. Fuck if I know. Fuck if I know is my answer. Either way, everybody. Oh, somebody shout out Sue and anybody else who needs shouted out in chat, please. Exclamation SO is the command. That'd be great.
Me, you know what to do.
Follow Lost Sioux, indigenous rights, native culture, that sort of thing. There we go. Thank you. Oh, nope. Malform. Bad betray. There you go. There's Curio. It's my decompression area, vaudevillian. Love the guy. So either way, standard outro here, kaisthings.com, KISthings.com. You can catch all my shit there, VODs, fucking essays, whatever. 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, Tuesday, Thursday, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. You've just caught the Tuesday one. Either way, I hope you are as well as you can be. Till next time. I had that down to the second.